grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand and oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens, that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years, there are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump, that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help. We pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
the Vance family there with one of their three children as J.D. Vance prepares to be
Please raise
sworn
your
in.
right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
on which I am about to enter.
on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
The Vice President, his wife, and his children witnessing his moment of history. And of course, the President, the 47th President, will be next. A handshake from him right there. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the office of President of the United States
the office of President of the United States
and will, to the best of my ability,
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect, and defend
preserve, protect, and defend
the Constitution of the United States.
the Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
You see the two Bibles there. Trump's personal Bible was presented to him by his mother, who graduated from Sunday school at First Presbyterian Church in New York back in 1955. The second was used for the inauguration of President Abraham Lincoln. He used that Bible as well 8 years ago.
Christ was born across the sea, with our glory in his bosom that turns the earth to an as he died to make men holy. Let us die to make men free, while God is marching on.
Jean Kawel, nous exactement dans la cérémonie inauguration investiture en président Donald Trump qui est élu en deuxième fois dans l'Amérique comme président. So, jeudi, c'est grande cérémonie. On a regardé la cathédrale là, on a regardé tout le bayou. Après ça, on va faire tout le discours. So, on était suivre, ou même qui là, partager le bail de trois moun pour nous entendre ça y a dit et comment bayou. On a regardé le président qui campait là, qui a battu bravo. Après, on belle en musique qui se passe. On se joue, il y a un paquet de gros autorités qui là.
It is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America.
Regardez le président Biden qui est en bas, et then président Trump qui est en bas qui a rentré. So, on a regardé Clinton, on a regardé Kamala Harris, on a regardé Vance qui est nouveau vice-président. Et il y a un paquet d'autres autorités qui là, je crois que Barack Obama là, tout. Dans bon pas là, il y a un paquet d'autorités qui là. Et tout le monde content. C'est ça moi dans le système démocratique là, c'est que Haïti, c'est ça moi dans le système démocratique là, c'est que dans
Senator
nan tout goumen ki ap fet,
Chief Justice Roberts,
tout ap fet pou
Justice
Amerika.
of the
Peu import jen sistem nan ya ou pa we, pa gen koumen, pa gen anyen, so kote ou yo la.
President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins
Tout
right
bagay
now.
fet pou Amerika.
From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first.
Thank you, Margaret, petit frère, for being here.
Our sovereignty,
Pataje l ba lot moun, et puis rete an ba live la.
our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn. From weeks ago, without even a token of defense, they're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it that's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly.
My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural, and very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states, and the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day. In his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor, we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country, we will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense.
Ça fait m'a demandé nous pour nous retirer en bas live là parce que ça le dit en là, il va le signer des séries de décrets présidentiels qui est historique et qui est agressif. OK? So jodi an la même la signé passer 100 documents comme executive order. Executive order yo, so gen ba la dans la prévoqué, gen ça la pas ajouté et m'espérer que n'a pas été connecté et n'a partagé le bas amis nous parce que chaque ça qui dit qui est important moi m'a dit nous en créole et ça pas trop important n'a peut-être dit en anglais.
Will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy.
La va retourner avec un et loi de passer pour Mexico yo.
Catch and release.
Et moun y a prend moun yo, y a arrêté yo et puis va le déporter yo.
To repel the disastrous invasion of our country.
Et la restaurer toute invasion qui est faite dans le pays.
Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Et dans la loi la passé aujourd'hui la pas cartel comme monde qui c'est foreign terrorist, comme c'est monde qui c'est terroriste qui sorti dans l'autre pays qui vient dans l'Amérique. Amando pour être connecté, pas oublier like, abonner, partager en page là et puis
Invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities.
So le dit comme ça le va restaurer Alien Enemy Act en 1798 là qui c'est un acte qui dit que le président a le droit pour l'autoriser arrêter reloger déporter n'importe mal n'importe garçon qui gagne plus que 14 ans qui sorti dans un pays ennemi et puis qui rentre dans un pays à la cap chercher pour venir légal. C'est ça Alien Enemy Act là. Et la BCE réduit l'inflation.
The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill.
So ti moun Alien Enemy Act là, son gros acte lié, son gros loi lié la pistole.
Manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We'll use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote.
Je vais retourner reconstruire machine aux États-Unis.
I will
Il y a descendu tout
immediately
pour
begin
you.
the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens.
So, au lieu de charger les gens qui vivent sur le territoire pour enrichir l'autre pays, il y a chargé l'autre pays pour enrichir les gens qui sont sur le territoire.
The External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency.
Nous avons un département qui a géré efficacité. Puis, c'est M. Elon Musk qui a dirigé.
Years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. Something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law.
Yeah. So, le papa d'accord qu'il attaque personne sous gouvernement là et ni provoquer un pile monde de façon politique et après du tout bagaille yo et puis après tourner avec un free speech là. So gain pouvoir la parole.
Socially engineer race and gender into every aspect.
Partager les puis tapoter tout, partager vite tapoter. Même j'ai TikTok là lié.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
So la petite cause est transgender, cause question ou bien plusieurs sexes là. La petite ça qu'on a ça vient deux sexes seulement dans Amérique, c'est mâle et femelle.
This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be free to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies.
Question peut être politisée. Welcome Frenzy. Question t'a politisé mon l'armée, mon qui dans police yo. Qu'on y a là les même dit que la retourner avec même loi ça qui dit que tout policier, tout monde qui est frère d'amis, il a défini et protégé ça qui a rapport avec l'Amérique.
Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen.
Même en 2017, on a reconstruit plus gros base militaire que pas jamais gagné dans le monde là.
The wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into.
Pour gagner toute guerre que Yo te toujours pour gagner yo et puis aller à l'encontre des guerres que vous jamais là-dedans. Si vous partagez les amis nous, partagez les familles nous parce que c'est le côté où vous avez une information en anglais et en créole.
Peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier.
Et c'est livré pour ces gens qui mettent la paix et puis unifier tout le monde.
The hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families.
Et que tout le monde qui était allé loin, qui était détenu ou bien qui était dans otage ou bien qui était kidnappé, so pour retourner avec une famille. Merci parce que nous avons partagé, merci parce que nous avons like ça qu'a fait là.
Its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs.
So, Américain était toujours sur côté que tout le monde aimait et qu'on inspiré tout le monde là. So, il a profité pour retourner avec le même système là. Et à partir de jeudi là, il va changer le nom Gulf Mexico pour venir tourner Gulf of America. Et puis il va changer quelques noms et qui c'est William McKinley, ancien président des États-Unis. Well, Bailey.
The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money
Panama changé tout.
than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made. And Panama's promise to us has been broken.
Même si on travaille, on peut toujours obtenir des lives là. Même si on travaille, on peut toujours quitter live là sur YouTube là et puis quitter le téléphone là et puis télé ça n'a pas dit.
Severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape or form, and that includes the United States Navy.
Partagez tout le monde. Même je vais partager sur tout statut mieux, sur tout Facebook là, sur nous avons accès pour partager, devez cliquer sur flèche partager et pas oublier abonner. Like it.
Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory.
Plus bel message pour Américain, c'est revivre avec courage, vitalité et en unifié. Côté qu'il a restauré tout ça qui était allé, protéger Timounio et puis vient faire que nous gérer tout ça pour nous gérer et puis planter ça pour produire et jusqu'à ce qu'il arrive pour monter dans la planète Mars. OK? Parce que là, il y a des astronautes, bon, surtout avec la venue de Elon Musk qui a voyagé. So, il y a bien plus de bagages que vous faites dans le système américain.
Ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation.
Il dit, et Américain ambitieux en pile, et pas une autre plus belle nation que États-Unis.
The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies
Thank you, Fondi, Babli, Batashi.
a vast
Voyez le
continent
bazan moun yo fait au vin gade.
of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans push thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken.
Yo te pense yon pil bagay pat ka fet nan Amerika ki rev Ameriken te sanse ap perdi. Men gade jodi a li men gade kote liye, el retourne sou pouvoir. Jan Ameriken yo deside pou yo tal fè mette voix yo deyo par intermédiaire de bulletins. Se nou men ki fè vote li ki fè vini moun li la jodi a.
In America, the impossible is what we do best.
Et tout ça nous te pense qu'impossible aux États-Unis, c'est ça ou fait plus bien, c'est faire impossible impossible.
From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom.
Dans plusieurs states qui existent dans l'Amérique, yo fait référence avec patriotes qui ont mouru pour te faire États-Unis sali jeudi a. Et nous prêt pour restaurer tout ça qui est important, qui bon pour l'Amérique. Et pas quitter rien descendre pride non.
Raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways.
Thank you for liking, thank you for sharing.
Defeated fascism and communism and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced.
Thank you for liking, sharing, commenting. Merci parce que n'a partagé, remet ça n'a fait là et puis commenter, pas oublier partager tout.
And we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you.
La restaurer America, la restaurer toute vertu America, et il voulait que tout parents yo senti bien par rapport avec ça où y a vivre là, et ça voulait créer à chaque petit monde dans le nom de Dieu pour préparer pour le futur. So, la bataille avec eux, la bataille pour eux, et la bataille ensemble avec eux pour le gagner pour eux et à Dieu.
Our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before.
Et la fait Amérique vient plus bon qu'il pas jamais avant.
Compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable.
Et pour pouvoir que lui-même lui servir, il a campé toute guerre et puis mener toute bagaille by tout le monde. Thank you, Susan. Thank you, mommy. Like, partager, like. Mettez-le sous gros écran la télévision la caille nous tout le monde. Monsieur, dame, la société.
We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will
nous pas perdre, nous pas bouquer, nous pas camper, et nous pas faire, which is perdu. And then from today, America been turning the best people pays dans le monde là encore, j'en étais toujours lié. Et la vie plus bon que le pas jamais avant. Et merci, que mon Dieu bénisse nous, que mon Dieu bénisse l'Amérique. C'est discours en Donald Trump dans un moment, nous exactement dans l'inauguration en président Trump, côté lié à. Et il déclarait que temps par là, c'est Golden Age dans lui. C'est temps, comme les gars disent, temps l'or. Il n'y a pas quelques grosses personnalités qui sont dedans. On a regardé dans deux bons pupitres. C'est. C'est on bord, c'est président, c'est côté et qui est lui, ok? Et puis on l'autre bord, c'est administration qui passe. Côté Biden, c'est administration qui passe. Côté Trump, c'est administration qui va venir. Et nous, en drapeau américain en mi-temps, et nous, que dans le studio parce que nous on tête de femmes qui rentrent là, qui peuvent chanter pour nous. Bah, on va chanter à nous, mes amis. Thank you, Bobo. On a regardé Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, Bush, président Biden, Kamala Harris, passé secrétaire, ancien secrétaire. On a regardé Nancy Pelosi, qui l'a tout. Donald Trump, à petit Lio, il ça le clan Trump. Tellement il y a monde là-dedans, le clan Trump. Même si on a fait l'autre bagaille, quitter live là, ouvert côté nous côté Chita, ou bien dans machine nous ou bien peut-être on a fait manger. Et puis pas oublier partager l'autre monde parce que il y a un peu de monde qui cap regarder pour pas comprendre mais n'a pas traduit pour nous.
It does take on a distinctly different flavor instead of being on the west front of the Capitol.
I'm regardé Elon Musk cap souri derrière.
Everybody is sort of spread out. It was quite something to watch the president-elect, now the president as 47th president of the United States, deliver his inaugural
47e président des États-Unis, c'est Donald Trump.
Vice president sitting right there beside him in just
about le Capitole là plein monde.
On all of the major points. But he talked about
oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grace.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
For purple mountain majesties.
Chantez hymne national des États-Unis. Hymne national des États-Unis, c'est bon. Regardez le président Biden qui a regardé content.
shaking President Biden's hand, the vice president, the outgoing vice president Kamala Harris singing the words along with her, shaking
Vice President Vance.
President Donald Trump's hands there, and the vice president J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance. Thank you parce que n'a like page, n'a like ça qu'a fait là. Pas oublier partager et puis commenter. Et tout abonner ensemble avec nous.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later,
Jeff
a
Lee.
nation which adopted these words as its motto, in God.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Stands at a moment of historic
Na priye kon ya.
opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses.
Mwen pou bon Dieu guider toute l'école yo avec collège principe yo pour inspirer nouvelle génération qui vini an pour ba tout monde même purpose pour ba connaissance avec pour gen vertu pour tout monde qui a crié pour otage yo qui fait dans Israël là.
We are so thankful.
Yo remerciement pour moun yo qui tourne la caille yo. Et demande pour 4 ans qui venir pour mettre la paix dans Israël.
Almighty God,
oh bon Dieu,
grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream.
Pour ba Américain opportunité pour réaliser que yo gen même point de vue, même rêve.
And contribution. Stir within us
the confidence
to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light.
Américain, yo les Américains pour greatness avec pour le commencement de la lumière.
The fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing. Like a tree planted by water,
je vais me traduire parce que je pense que je comprends plus facile tout le monde. Mais me rappelle nous que nous suivons investiture en président Trump, 47e président des États-Unis, en deuxième fois élu. Et ça c'était prière qui t'a fait dans le Capitole là pendant l'inauguration. Now got a Christian.
A millimeter miracle.
Amen.
We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this.
Pas oublier nous live sur YouTube, sur TikTok, sur Facebook. N'importe quoi où jeune live là, tapez écran nous, abonnez avec nous, likez, partagez.
That we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring. From the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire, let freedom ring. From the mighty mountains of New York, let freedom ring. From the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania, let freedom ring. From the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado, let freedom ring.
Amen.
From the curvaceous hilltops of California,
yes, boss.
But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia.
Investiture Donald Trump, no?
From Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom
no live Facebook, YouTube, and TikTok at the same time.
In Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day for all of your children.
Amen.
Black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile will be able to sing the meaning of that old Negro spiritual. Free at last.
free at last. Thank you, God.
Welcome, Pastor Muscane.
We are free at last. If you believe what the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Alléluia. Ça, c'était prière en pasteur chrétien. Avant, nous avons gagné un priest of Israel. Quand nous avons gagné un black pasteur chrétien qui a prié pour nous. Et qui, dans plus mots, autant de dit dans la prière, là, c'est quitter liberté à régner au détriment de tout le monde. Et quand nous avons gagné un révérend Frankman qui sortit dans le catholique et Brooklyn, New York, qui dit ce qu'il a qu'on a.
Of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before
Thank you for coming, thank you for liking, thank you for sharing.
for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land.
Elle dit, bon Dieu, merci pour tout le cadeau limité sur le territoire.
For the strength of our communities and for the
Et pour
resilience
force de la communauté, et puis pour résilience de l'esprit. Et pour président qui fait élu, avec vice-président, pour embrasser tout ça qui y mettait comme rôle pour lui. Et puis humblement, il doit gérer ça, et puis envelopper tout ça pour gagner toute clarité de l'esprit et naviguer tout challenge qui a bien joindre.
And sincere understanding for those whom they represent.
Pour faire un gouvernement intègre et spirituel.
And prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government,
l'esprit de collaboration pour l'envahir toute nation, pour restaurer tout environnement et comme si fleurir tout ça qui est en vision. Que chaque décision que le président prend pour refléter valeur, justice avec la paix pour le pays. Et pour arriver dans un nouveau chapitre là, et on demande pour dire embarquer avec nouveau président, avec nouveau chapitre qui a apporté. Et dans le moment de transition, pour que les lumières de Dieu a brillé sur eux. Et jusqu'à demain, si Dieu veut. Et que chaque monde dans la bataille pour gagner sa bien. Et on connaît bien l'adversité qui arrive. Et pour endosser et reconnaître que vous êtes humain et que strength à courage et peur que vous embrassez votre lumière et que nouveaux leaders que marchez avec vulnérables.
May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration,
pendant l'inauguration ça, ils voulaient que créer un bridge pour chaque pays. DJ Daniel, welcome. Thank you for liking and sharing. Tapez économie monsieur.
And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents.
Pour tous parents yo.
Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun.
Et si nous pas voter pour Trump, et je dis nous pas voir miracle ça qui commence aujourd'hui.
From all harm by their loving protection. And give him the strength to guide our nation along the
path. Et chaque timon yo toute en force ak président pour qu'a diriger America.
With these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall. We stand proud. Because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Amen. Américain, li coulé avec bon Dieu, et bon Dieu lui-même est collé avec Américain, et il dit Amen. Opéra qui a chanté là. Christopher Maquillo. Chanté The Stars Spangled Banner. Hymne américaine, surtout pour le monde l'armée et autres. Sur tout ça qui est passé après guerre pour délivrer cela. The proof to the night that our flag was still there.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
On est pour tout le monde chita. Après applaudissement.
Of course, performing the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the president and official party depart the platform.
On est pour tout le monde était chita pendant que le président qui est élu a quitté. Avant l'autre célébration pour le fait côté le discours pour le fait mais retourner dans la maison blanche pour transition qu'a fait smoothly et j'ai une possibilité pour signer plus que 100 accords aujourd'hui à tout le monde. So, il y a plus que 100 accords, 100 décrets présidentiels qui vont signer pour révoquer et amender quelques lois, révoquer anciennes lois et créer une nouvelle loi et amender quelques lois. Surtout nous entendons que il dit Pigo en décret pour prendre là, c'est réveiller en Alien Enemy Act 1798 là, qui sont un gros décret, qui c'est décret qui dit que le président a le pouvoir pour le révoquer, pour l'emprisonner, arrêter, reloger et déporter n'importe mal. Ça c'est sa loi a dit, ouais. N'importe mal qui gagne plus que 14 ans. Mal, ça veut dire, ouais, qui ça m'a dit, pas dit femelle. On dit mal. Ok, plus que 14 ans pour le déporter ou remettre dans le pays d'origine. Et là, les plus loin à l'autre alinéa, il dit que si on a fait dans territoire ennemi, sur un territoire qui passe dans l'Amérique, on a subi même ça jusqu'à déportation. Sans compter, pas oublier loi qui est votée dans la chambre Sénat, à la chambre en député. Loi qui dit que n'importe mineur en félonie que vous faites, il y a une possibilité pour arrêter et remettre tout agent ICO et puis mettre en prison. Mais rappelez-nous que pendant ce maintenant là, c'est que à partir de jeudi là en pile loi pour le signer et à partir de demain si Dieu veut, il y a quelques actions qui commencent à prendre et il y a un peu l'agent ICE qui mobilisé dans quelques states que moi pas le sujet pour me dire qui c'était exactement même qu'à faire référence à quelques states qui gagnent un peu noir là-dedans et states qui rouge tout. OK, ça eux même ils étaient prêts pour faire des actions à partir de demain si Dieu veut. So m'a demandé nous rester avec un pile vigilance, un pile attention côté que nous pas l'obliger gérer tête nous pas ouvert porte pour agent ICE parce que yo pas police et si yo accompagné de police mande yo pour nous ouais ça qui relé amende ou bien arrestation ou bien warrant yo gen pour connaître que si ou sous déportation même si fait ouvrir en bas porte là pas ouvert ou bien ou même gars qui gen tout porte regarder dans tout porte pour est non bien écrit la donne ou bien faire passer bon fenêtre nous tout li mais pas ouvert porte si n'a conduit yo camper nous pas faire pas courir pas sauver pas faire speed pas bouler lumière pour éviter pour nous pas dans problème parce que n'importe minor felony nous fait nous sujet pour nous déporter. OK tout le monde.
The content of our character, and so we'll see if his words ultimately come true, and that we must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools.
He did say on this MLK Day that he will strive to make sure that Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream becomes a reality. And the American people now watch over the course of the next 4 years. He said, as you can see, I am here. The people have spoken, Mary.
He declared our golden age has just begun. And David, we were remarking at times, it felt more like a State of the Union address, actually, with, Republicans rising and cheering and applauding, Democrats sitting as Donald Trump really takes through everything that he plans to do.
Elle dit que Damnab dit que dans news live ABC que son campé pour dire que tout ça le dit pour mettre la fait ça le dit la fait il dit la fait et il a passé plusieurs l'autres.
He really repudiated Joe Biden's worldview, his values, promising to unravel much that he has done to inclusion, two genders, male and female. And Biden's sitting there while Donald Trump is doing what he has promised, which is to just reverse, essentially, and unravel Joe Biden's agenda. And doing all of this.
I'm regarding the moment la clan chop là, ay clan chop. Petit li yo, petit li. Ménage petit li.
No overture to him at all. And instead he promised the American people that he will reclaim the American Republic, declaring this is a liberation day. And, it does strike me, especially
yeah, le PD dit que c'est Liberation Day today is.
Washington for the last time, that when Joe Biden ran in 2020, he predicted that Trump's time in office would be an aberration. That's the word he often used in American history. Biden argued that the American people would move past this, that he could stop Donald Trump from fundamentally changing the country. Instead, Trump today is proving his lasting mark.
Je dis dernier jour Joe Biden l'a quitté Washington pour le Capitole la konya. Tout la lan base li pour côté que il va jouer une retirement li. Avant c'est soit le tourner au Ohio.
No question about that, and he did talk about the things he campaigned on.
Delaware, c'est ça le tourner Delaware ou bien il y aller dans Camp David avant que il reloge li dans zone retirement.
To defeat record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices, said drill baby drill on energy policy. He talked about
et tout ça n'a fait là c'est grâce à ABC News.
Planning to impose those tariffs on other nations who want to bring goods into our country.
Thank you guys for being here. Nous qui sur TikTok là, thank you. Pas oublier taper écran nous partager. C'est celle côté nous joindre en anglais et en créole. Et puis passer par petit bout de parole, nous venir parler si tout live là net n'a regardé.
Will help to Speaker Johnson, other dignitaries, other leaders now leaving. Senator Amy Klobuchar. That was quite something just moments ago as we watched Joe Biden and Jill Biden leave, followed by the new vice president, J.D. Vance and Usha Vance, his wife, and then behind them, Doug Emhoff and outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris, obviously former vice president now, given that it's 1 o'clock Eastern time, and about an hour ago, Donald Trump was sworn in, returning not 8 years consecutively, but he will serve a second term
now. Petit chop cap sorti là avec Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton.
Far more power, as we said earlier, not just through the popular vote and the fact that he has Senate and the House and obviously the White House. And there you just saw Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton interacting with Don Jr. And Ivanka Trump. Ivanka had been a friend for some time of Chelsea Clinton's. I'm not sure. I have no idea if they're still connected in any kind of way, but the Clintons reaching a hand out to the Trump family as they leave. Barron, Jared Kushner there shaking hands. Always interesting to see these sort of interpersonal dynamics. We're about to see Joe Biden leave Washington and his political career behind him of many, many decades, only returning to politics after the first Trump administration. And John Carl, what did you make that at least at the beginning? Because we've heard this, it's tradition now.
Bill Clinton qui passe là, mais George W. Bush, Barack Obama.
At least thanks them for their service. None of them see eye to eye with these peaceful transfers of power. But we
agent de presse, sécurité, juge.
You know, what you heard today is you heard Donald Trump describe Joe Biden's time in the White House as a quote,
judges and other people.
Horrible betrayal. This wasn't the American carnage speech of 8 years ago, but it was a harsh condemnation of the outgoing president and a promise of a new age in the implicit optimistic parts of this speech.
Protocole là supposé respecter. Et va nous-mêmes là depuis fait Freddy là regarder là plutôt pile jacket la pile sous lit et puis costume ni en bas. No.
Obviously a consultant here with ABC News as we watch the Trump family lead, Don Jr. And
Donald Jr.
helped his father navigate this campaign, orchestrated the campaign in many respects, helped make some key decisions, or at least push his father in that direction. Obviously, J.D. Vance is the biggest decision that Don Jr. had suggested. RFK Jr. was something he pushed as well. Ivanka and Jared leaving there. Eric and Lara, who is obviously a rising star of the Republican Party. As I mentioned earlier, for Marco Rubio's Senate seat for a time. We'll be watching her because her next step will be, if it's in the political world, and many believe it will be, given her clout now, having run the RNC and what was a very successful effort to get her father-in-law back to the White House. But Mark, I think about the setting as we've been talking about for this address, not on the western side of the camp.
Marco Rubio, ça avec petit chop les mariés.
It allows actually for the speech to be the incoming president is.
Thank you for being here, guys. M'apprécie que nous là.
They're sort of spread out, if you will. This was very intimate. Which forces actually this sort of visual where you're seeing the outgoing president and vice president intimately listen to what the incoming president has to say, which actually sort of elevated what he was trying to accomplish there today.
You're absolutely right. It was such a harsh repudiation of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's administration. It was almost hard to watch at a certain point. And it's ironic because he talked about, as Lindsay mentioned,
Biden et Trump comme déplacés ensemble. Ancien président, nouveau président devant Madame Ni. Et ancien président derrière. Ancien. De façon protocolaire et de façon suprématie là-dedans. Un nouveau président, ancien président, nouveau vice-président et puis ancien vice-président.
President Biden, Vice President Harris, the outgoing president, vice president, applauded with President Trump, and that was on the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Whit Johnson, you're outside witnessing this moment. It is always a powerful moment for the American people.
Absolutely, David, and we can see the now President Donald Trump walk out here with the former President Joe Biden, also there with the Vice President and former Vice President, their spouses as well. And you see the Congressional Committee lined up behind them.
Regardez vice-président avec Kevin avec président élu en un moment, vice-président ancien vice-président.
Twice coming in as Vice President, once leaving as Vice President, then going in as President, and today leaving as President. And you can only imagine the tornado of thoughts and what-ifs swirling through his mind right now. Just 6 months ago, he never could have imagined this moment, handing the keys to the White House back to the man he took them from 4 years ago. He was still in
Eh bien, oui. Biden prend l'élection dans Trump, que Trump remet les clés et je dis là, lui-même, pour mettre Trump clés back.
It's complicated. This is a bizarre feeling. He didn't technically lose himself. He was pushed out by members of his own party. So here he is standing in front of what was formerly Marine One, now called Executive One, because Biden's no longer the president, getting ready to say goodbye to a city he's worked out of for half a century. And for Joe Biden, forgive me as I'm just sort of taking in this moment, it is remarkable to see all of this, but he called himself a bridge president to a new generation, and now here he is. I don't think he imagined that next president being Donald Trump. David?
Whit Johnson, thank you. You're right. He did say he would be a bridge to the next generation, and what's happened instead is a bridge back to the previous administration. Donald Trump.
So,
returning to the White
yo
House,
rentré en autorité et puis a sorti en civil.
Vice President Kamala Harris leave as J.D. Vance and his wife watch.
Il a sorti en civil dans le moment.
Of course, Martha Raddatz, Kamala Harris, tried to run that 107-day campaign, and we've never witnessed that in modern times either. It was a valiant effort, and it came up short.
Jean-Marc Boisy, welcome.
She too never imagined that she would be running, first of all, for those 107 days, or standing here right now. I have to say the moment that really struck me, David, was when that ceremony ended, and you heard
Favo, welcome.
say, please remain in your seats while the president departs. Joe Biden, very clear, he was no longer president. And having to listen to that speech, that repudiation, that long list of grievances, really, it not only sounded like a State of the Union speech to me, it sounded like a Trump rally. He was talking to his voters, those support him. And there are millions and millions and millions of those voters.
Monsieur the protocol agent.
But they're walking together there, both spouses holding hands. And there was that moment of unity afterwards when you saw them speak together.
And there was an exchange of smiles here a moment ago. And you have to wonder if there is any ounce of relief for Joe Biden, too, that at least this chapter of being in the middle of it all is over.
I was just going to say, there's certainly relief that the speech is over.
The speech itself.
Yeah, I mean, to sit there, he did not look like a comfortable time to be sitting there through that speech and the kind of condemnation it was.
The first lady's embracing there,
and Biden
around one another.
And did you notice that President Trump and Kamala Harris seemed to have quite a few words at the end there? I think it's the biggest exchange of words between the two of them since our debate.
Since the debate the day after at the 9/11 memorial down at Ground Zero, he extended his hand to the vice president, and I always thought that was a moment where they acknowledged that they both sort of gave it their all in that debate against each other, an unexpected moment, and a moment where he sort of signaled to her that was something last night.
It's something about Donald Trump. He can attack you viciously, and then 60 seconds later, treat you like you're his best friend in the world. And I'm sensing a little bit of that watching him go out with Joe Biden after giving that speech, and then, hey, we're here together.
And he's back to serve a second time. And, even on the campaign trail, you heard Donald Trump often say, how dare they do this to Joe Biden? And that was quite effective with some voters out there to play into that notion of Joe Biden was pushed out by his own party. And they're waving now as Joe Biden leaves Washington with the First Lady, Jill Biden, on what was Marine One, now renamed because he is no longer the president after 50 years in politics and after 4 years as president, certainly 8 years as vice president to Barack Obama, longtime member of the Senate. And you have to wonder, Mary Jordan, if Marine One will fly over the White House one more time, as Ronald Reagan began with former First Lady Nancy Reagan all those years ago.
Amy Klobuchar had said that the theme was enduring democracy, and you just saw Jill Biden reach out over and put her arm around Melania, and it seems that there is a big effort here, especially on the Democratic side, to underscore this enduring democracy and to say how different it was than the last time. We didn't have these pictures before because Donald Trump refused to come to the inauguration. He left early in the morning. He would not go over to the White House. And so here is where the Democrats, even though they couldn't give the speech, are through these little things that actually mean something to people about enduring democracy.
Terry Moran, what do you think this moment it's impossible to know, but must feel like for a man who served Washington his whole adult life? He was obviously a very young man when he arrived there as a senator. He had just, lost his wife and his his baby girl. His two sons survived, and then Jill Biden, he would later find, and she would be a mother to those two boys, and then they would have a daughter of their own. Now leaving Washington for the final time, at least in a political role.
Yeah, it's the end of a political journey like few others in American history. Half a century in American politics. Finally, at the end, reaching what he had wanted for so long. First time I ever covered him was in 1987, 88 when he ran for president way back then. And now leaving not personally defeated, but he had to give up what he had tried to have for so long. And knowing Joe Biden, though, he finds a way to make himself right with his own decisions, for better or worse. He's pardoned his family members today. He is a person of very devout faith, and I think he clears his own conscience to his own satisfaction. I think he's at peace, is what I'm saying, with this moment and with the long career that he gave to this country.
Byron Pitts, I know you're watching along with us, Nightline anchor Byron Pitts.
David, to pick up on Terry's thought, I look at this image and I think of the book of Ecclesiastes. There's a time for all seasons. This image reminds us the political season for Joe Biden is over, and it is a new season for Donald Trump. We're also reminded today, David, that elections have consequences. President Trump's speech, for many, was filled with hope. For others, it was filled with hammers. For Americans who believe that we should be colorblind, this was a good day. For Americans who believe America should be color brave, a difficult day. And David, during his speech, President Trump acknowledged Martin Luther King, who would be 96 years old today. And I think Dr. King is speaking to us on this day. In his final book, Where Do We Go From Here, Dr. King wrote, "We will err and falter as we climb the mountain's familiar slopes and steep peaks, but there is no alternative. There will be agonizing setbacks along the way with creative advances. Our consolation is no one can know true taste of victory if he has never swallowed defeat." I think what Dr. King was telling us then is that in America, there are days in which you win, there are days in which you lose. But the arc of America, which embraces all of us, is always moving forward, is always moving higher.
Byron Pitts with us as well as we watched what was Marine One, renamed now since Joe Biden is no longer the president, former President Joe Biden and Joe Biden leave the Capitol. That was the pool shot that they provide, and I gather they've now moved on from that pool shot, Mark? And now I would, as tradition has it now, Ronald Reagan had famously asked for one last look around for the White House. Nancy Reagan famously wrote in her memoir that he leaned over and said, "There's our little bungalow." Mm-hmm. So you just have to wonder, Lindsay, if they're going to take one last trip.
And now we have the shot again. And to your point, David, wondering, and we may never know, the potential relief that he feels on this day. This is a guy who in recent years has had to be so careful of every step, literally and figuratively, as people wondered if he'd trip up the steps, going aboard Air Force One. This is somebody who's been dogged now, at least for the last year, about his mental fitness and his capacity to be able to run this nation. And so you'd imagine there's a bittersweet sense, perhaps more bitter than sweet, though, for Joe Biden today.
Yeah, and difficult to leave Washington knowing that he was not able to get the Democrats over the finish line for a second term, whether he could serve the entire 4 years of that term or not. He has said in recent days that he wished that he had communicated his achievements in a way that the American people would have received, and he took the blame for that, for not communicating that better. He does hand over to the incoming President Trump, an economy that is rebounding. Inflation has come down, though the American people still feel higher prices, and that is a very real thing. stock market having a very good year, and it'll be on Donald Trump now to keep that going. He stepped in 6 months before the election on the border, and many, even within the Democratic Party, say, had we just done that sooner, perhaps part of the equation would have been different heading into that campaign season. And of course, the very
Regardez l'hélicoptère qui a passé. Biden allé. Biden no longer président Timon. Biden pas président encore.
In that first debate, President Biden, the outgoing former President Biden, I guess we have to get used to saying, talked about.
Tonton Biden s'en va, mes amis.
But we also know that age.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you.
What is a very stressful job in the White House. We also know that Donald Trump now enters the White House slightly older than what Joe Biden was when he arrived at the White House.
Yeah, and that inevitable march of time is something that none of us can beat, despite Joe Biden and his campaign's best efforts. It does appear, I think, based on my knowledge of Washington geography, that he is making that flyover there of the White House.
And the Capitol.
And the Capitol,
where
yes.
he spent so much of his career.
And I was going to say, it is remarkable when you think about, his more than 50 years in public service, more than 3 decades in his beloved Senate. You could argue that he always considered himself a senator first. He also spent over 3 decades trying to get to the White House. To only spend 1 term there has got to be something he grapples with. He has argued in recent days, as you noted, that so many of his accomplishments may not be felt by the American people just yet, but he said he's planted the seeds, mentioning the Inflation Reduction Act, the infrastructure, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. And he really did leave with that parting message about the need for Americans to protect American democracy, arguing that it's now in Americans' hands, that his legacy and his work, that it is up to Americans to carry that forward, because he, of course, is not getting the opportunity to finish the job. That was his campaign slogan, and of course, neither is Kamala Harris. But as he makes that flyover, you have to wonder if the Washington that he devoted his life to, if he feels like he no longer recognizes.
Let's go to Kira Phillips. Mary Bruce, thank you. Kira, you're in the overflow room. I know where the incoming President Trump, has now arrived. What do you see? What do you hear?
That is right. Well, people are starting to cheer right now. You can see there the Speaker of the House as the President of the United States is working his way down the steps right now. The First Lady by his side. You think of this presidential inauguration, David, it's here come the cheers. It's a rite of passage. It's about a peaceful transfer of power.
So côté Trump, côté Biden t'es passé à Trump en volant pour l'hélicoptère là, c'est pas normal là, c'était derrière, c'était exit là pour dire avion pour aller pour hélicoptère pour aller.
You have a peaceful transfer of power where his fans and supporters are here shouting USA. It's gone quiet once again as he approaches the stage. I had a chance to meet with him recently. We spent more than an hour together. Much of what we heard in that inauguration speech is what he told me, that he was going to move at lightning speed. And lightning speed is what we are seeing. Biden set a record on his first day, David.
Il y a l'autre speech qu'il va faire. Et il dit journaliste que il va le travail avec une vitesse de lumière. Il dit tout le monde il est important pour nous comprendre.
The Vice President now of the United States speaking. Let's listen in.
Entendez Vince qui a parlé, le Vice President.
Exactly what the President would put in that speech, and I hope to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start.
Donc pile bagay président a dit dans parole il toujours dit tête depuis que président fait back et éventuellement li ouais devant tout congrès ça président pas fait back. Et il dit tout le monde merci parce que nous fait ça possible et nous pour nous faire Amérique retourner en saleté avant nous faire great again.
And the last thing I'll say is, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it, and then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. When you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, and a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it. And we hooked up with JD very early. I watched JD over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. So I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, oh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. See, we gave him a majority of almost nothing. And then I said, to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said, he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Is that moving along? Totally good. I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He could handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you, and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, the good news is, when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least. So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop. But he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, I was with him.
Cependant, Donald Trump a ba informasyon Président Biden fait krive en Washington, kote ke la rentre, helikopter fait atterri.
How's he doing? I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine. Right? With the family, because of the family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, to say that were extremely controversial. And between JD and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I heard, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir. Calls me sir when she's angry. I said, no, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. You don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of I'll bring it up right now. This little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information, though he gave us his. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. When you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them, the level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times
Rentré chef, sorti civil. Actuellement là, c'est ça qui arrive Biden là. Et tu vas pas essayer de dire nous que il a essayé de dire puis il parler de en 6 janvier que il pourrait pas donner parce que dans le moment là c'est pas moment pour parler de lui. Il dit non. Même dans présence nous tout dans la côté gain plus toute caméra pas besoin de faire. On demande pour la presse. La fait déclaration ça fait.
Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super.
Chaque monde qui fait nous. Côté Ethiopien en charge moun. Côté Biden il encore charge moun.
And then one day, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. Where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend say, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me? You know who I'm talking. Possibly stronger than me. slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, "Why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway." So I wanted to talk about that, but all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. Secret Service testified and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, "Did Trump really do that to you?" But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff. And there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. So she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need, but you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you need 10,000, that'd be more than the number of people there by a lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now, we've got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. Yeah. So, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter. Respect, something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom.
Trump can buy black suit Biden, he'll depose in helicopter.
I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? It's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one. All these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. If somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are Nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. They passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed. It passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't. Oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, JD, the governor of Texas, is not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have. Not only did he have a partner, he had people selling the wall. Right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, 40, 50 feet.
Est-ce qu'il y a une comprenne ça qu'a dit?
Beautiful. Could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful. A nice Y shape. And they said
Merci parce que nous aimons vidéo, parce que nous partager. Merci parce que nous avons posté. Merci parce que nous avons fait petit bout de vidéo. Ça fait chaud au cœur, tout le monde.
So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest
So je dame c'est qu'est-ce que tu fais?
Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put an anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. They said it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch the Border Patrol, gave a display. We had actually two sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency. And we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down, very thankfully, the chart that came down on my right, Governor. Had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, and we got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky. But we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, and they say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all of the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we could just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall. And the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 or 4
So, ne pati pi important map tan la pou m ka tradu pou nou, parce que Giba ki val di, que m vle que nou tandi.
So we did an
Ne
extra
pati sa map tan la.
miles, and it was all bought. And they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because
So guys, Biden is leaving.
My number one issue. They all said inflation was the number one issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my number one. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country.
Regardez Biden qui cap monté Air Force One nan.
Being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott, he's a great man, a great leader.
Rappelez nou que Air Force One nan c'est avion qui pi sécurisé dans monde là. C'est avion présidentiel là. Qui a plusieurs reprises que Trump a monté lui-même. Monté avion pas là.
But you know, because the people are demanding it, the people of Texas are demanding it, the people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it, and other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, the attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less, and they were calling us up. We'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They're going to make it be, they'd have it down in Fortune magazine, they put it as the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents.
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for watching. Merci parce que vous là. Merci parce que vous avez regardé. Merci parce que vous avez partagé et puis like page. Pas oublier abonner, on va aller et puis activer son cloche. J'aime qu'à expliquer l'histoire côté que il était pas en pile douleur, il y a pas l'autre bagaille qui était passé, qui est contacté pour délivrer un pile d'autres informations.
They said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now
Informons dit que nous là, nous disponibles, nous présents. Pendant regarder inauguration, investiture, so n'a pas en créole tout.
You know the story about winning? No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it.
That's funny, Joe.
No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that dude. We'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful to watch. He stopped them right in that track. I mean, they were literally loading the stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments where I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, "You're going to run for president? You're going to run." And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged. But he said, that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are. It showed how incompetent. And frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. And the bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, when we went to the top, the big one.
So fè konen ke li gen eleksyon big, el gen la vek an pil entuziasme, big. Se moun yo ki di pa fè sa ba di plis bagay, pou yo pa fè plis poin.
Very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions. Like
Biden ap kite exactement konya la nan avyon Air Force One nan.
I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten. And they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell. But they tried to do it, and around 9:02 they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw Mr. Speaker in Washington, they had placards, they were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than, we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said it. I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote.
7 swing states, e ba baga ou jen fasil, non? Swing state yo ti moun se state ki with honorable ki ka chanje de bot le ou vle. Kom si yo ka demokat fwa sa, yo chanje le vin republiken. So sa e le swing state. So li fet tout pal yo se yo bat demokrat, yo republiken.
Against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 80-85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters.
So li fon bel eleksyon. Li gen yon bel eleksyon tou. E li gen an nivou ki oken republiken pou kou fel nan histwa Ameriken.
And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which is it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a first lady who's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture I held? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5-foot ball fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to go.
La trip sur Madame Millenia.
Custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it because you've been a great first lady.
Avem una capacidad de hacer Biden qui veut aller.
And they love our first lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our first lady, we love, and they do. And
On soit avion comme ça, il
so I just want to thank you.
y a tout soldat avec, il y a agent FBI, CIA, sans compter mon Air Force One qui est devant.
The A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F. You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
President Trump, now having delivered his inaugural address and his second speech here, unscripted, and he tells the crowd listening there his support.
So nous au courant tout le monde que Trump en 2017 t'es décidé que le pas prend comme président, il a payé là. Comme il paye chaque année, peut-être qu'il faut c'est $500,000. So, il pas décidé de prendre, il pas prendre comme salaire. Il dit, il plus voulait travailler pour réveiller l'Amérique et remettre l'Amérique à la place. Parce que il a l'argent déjà. Monsieur bon comme ça, courir pour elle.
Beautiful audience than the one that I just spoke to, referencing the people who were in the rotunda with him, the fellow leaders and former presidents and first ladies, to laughter in the room there. Talked about many of his familiar themes from the campaign trail, and in fact from the first presidency and even the campaign leading into the first presidency. Talked about his plans moving forward, and including the border, which he said still was the biggest issue of this election. He said inflation was big, but he believed that the border was the biggest issue. I do want to bring in Catherine Falders from our investigative team and our political team, because Catherine has some reporting that we want to get on the air with involving the border. And before we get to that, though, let's talk about January 6th, Catherine. And you heard him reference there the pardons, some of the pardons that came from the outgoing president, but then hinting at the action he'll be taking later today. And you've learned more about what that action will actually be.
Yeah, David, and I should caution, and of course this isn't final until Trump signs the paperwork, but we're learning from multiple sources that these pardons, that these January 6 defendants' pardons will be much more sweeping in nature than some of his allies even predicted. We're told that he will extend pardons to these January 6 defendants, but in addition to that, we're told that Trump plans to commute the sentences of those who are in prison now for those violent offenses on those police officers. Now, what does that mean? That means hundreds of individuals who are currently serving time for attacks on police officers, their sentences will be commuted. Now, he hasn't signed this yet, and he is intending to, and that's what's anticipated. But the other thing worth noting here is this will extend, David, to two of those most high-profile defendants that we've talked a lot about in January 6th, the Oath Keepers founder, Stuart Rhodes, the Proud Boys leader, Enrique Tarrio. They're both serving 18 years and 22 years, respectively, for, of course, leading members of their respective groups in a seditious conspiracy to thwart the lawful transfer of power. Those two individuals we could see out of jail as soon as today. I'm told that Trump will also direct his attorney general to drop those pending cases. There are 300 cases where defendants have been charged but not found guilty or convicted or pled guilty in any way. Roughly 180 of those 300 pending charges, David, were charged with assaulting or impeding police. So essentially, this will affect every single one of the January 6th defendants. There are 1,600 of them, so they should be getting that news soon. Of course, I should caution, nothing is final until Trump signs the pardon paperwork, but he's expected to do that today.
Again, the significant caveat to the reporting that Catherine Faulders is bringing to us at this hour is that nothing is final until President Trump signs this later today. There's still time between now and then, and all of this appears to be fluid. But Catherine, all told, about how many defendants total are we talking about?
It would affect, essentially, David, every single one of them. There's 1,600. That's the total number of January 6th defendants who will be impacted in some way. The pardons that you will see, most likely, are for those who were non-violent. But the significant part of this is those commutations for those defendants who violently assaulted police officers. That means that their sentences are over. Essentially, they will have time served in jail today. Trump's expected to sign this today, and they will be out of prison. So that, of course, is the big news there, and much further than Trump's allies thought he would go. You remember Vice President J.D. Vance said today that there wouldn't be pardons, he didn't believe, for violent offenders. Of course, these aren't pardons, they're commutations, but it means that they will be out of jail, of course, if this reporting stands and Trump doesn't change his mind between now and the time that he signs this. So there's that element of it. And then, of course, all of the cases that are still pending in the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office just down the street, those won't exist anymore after today.
All right, Catherine Faulders, you'll stick with us, and as soon as you learn more about when he plans to sign this, and when it becomes official, if it becomes official, and we'll bring it back on. In the meantime, I want to bring in our Chief Justice Correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because Pierre, again, the caveat here is, things can still change before he signs it, but Catherine, according to her reporting, believes that his actions this afternoon could affect just about everyone, if not everyone, who was charged in connection with January 6th. And of course, as you heard Catherine say, that involves the most serious of charges, those who even were involved in conflict with officers, attacking officers up at the Capitol, and those who might have helped orchestrate what the country and the world saw play out on January 6th, that this could be sweeping in nature and affect just about everyone here.
David, here's where it's fascinating. Of the 1,500 or so people charged in connection with January 6th, a stunning 608 were charged with assaulting and resisting police. It's going to be fascinating to see exactly who would be included, because there are videos of some of these people viciously assaulting law enforcement. And I'm wondering how that's going to factor into this down the stretch of this decision, David. And we've been in conversation today, checked in with Harry Dunn, for example, David, who was very pleased about what Biden did, but was also expressing some frustration that he even had to have a preemptive pardon by Biden, because he talked about how he was fighting for democracy, trying to protect the Capitol, and there he was having to get a pardon, David.
All right, Pierre Thomas with us here as well. Pierre reacting to Catherine Faulders reporting, and as soon as that becomes official, we'll certainly report.
Hey, Trump is back. Trump is back upstairs.
The president has gone to Emancipation Hall, and now he has left Emancipation Hall. We believe he's headed to the president's room, correct? And we will see that here shortly. We continue to await a luncheon as well, where he'll have lunch with not only Republicans but Democrats and leaders there on the Hill. Former President Joe Biden has left Washington, and he did speak. It was a relatively short speech. Here's what he said just moments ago.
Folks, Ken, thank you. You know, I don't think we could have done anything. I know we couldn't have done anything we did without you. Kamala and Doug, and members of the cabinet, all the staff is here, all across all the agencies. And friends, supporters, Jill and I are forever grateful to you. I mean that. We're genuinely grateful. As you heard me say before, no president gets to choose the moment they enter history, but they get to choose the team they do enter history with. And we chose the best damn team in the world. You are. No, it's because of you. I mean this sincere from the bottom of my heart. Because of you, we got so much done for all Americans. I look down there, my Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, achieved only by his wife who worked in reverse. But look, I only hope to look back on these years. I hope you look back on them with the same pride I have of all you've done. And I'm proud of it. So you did it upholding the core values. Honesty, decency,
Biden dit que li fier pour tout ça nous fait. Sans nous même rien, il va pas régler.
And to represent the best of who we are as Americans, that's not a joke. That's real. Now, our relied on
Il demande pour chaque monde représenter tête comme the best of valeur américaine. Et ça va en jouer et qui veut ça bien, qui veut ça dit. Et merci en pile pour ça nous fait voulu.
I'm deeply moved by all we all did for this country. I really mean it. History's going to mark down just what you did. You know, but the point I want to make today is to make clear my farewell address, as we all do have a lot more to do. We heard the inaugural address today. We got a lot more to do. I know from many years of experience, they're up and down, but we have to stay with it. My dad taught me the measure of a person, you heard me say it before, is how quickly they get back up when they get knocked down. That's what we have to do right now. And we've always done our best as Americans. We never, never, never give up. Never. We're leaving office, but we're not leaving the fight. You're smart, you're skilled, you're passionate. The country needs you again.
Yo quitte office là, yo pas quitter en guerre, yo pas goumer, yo pas rien parce que yo intelligent, yo agit bien et yo compte ça pour lui.
Anything else you choose to do? I give you my word, we believe in you. We, Jill and I, our family, believe in you. Just as I've said, how the laws we enacted, our seasons are going to grow and bloom for decades to come. I say that to you as well. I have no doubt you'll make this experience and take the friendships you made to continue to do amazing things in decades to come. That's why I see a future. All of them leading the way by you all.
Tout ça le fait, yo fait direction ensemble avec nous.
Decompress, reconnect with your friends, spend more time with your family. But most of all, take care of yourselves and each other. I mean it.
Il doit prendre soin de tête avec soin de monde qui va autour. Et juste ça sorti dans fond cœur li pour le dire nous.
Hard to say. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. And I tell you
C'est un honneur pour lui pour le servir comme président.
Greater honor is being able to serve with all of you.
Et l'autre plus gros honneur pour le servir chaque de nous qui présent avec là.
You really are. Mark my words. This is going to judge what you've done as one of the most significant contributions that's been made by all of America.
Marqué molle et chaque ça le dit là, c'est un bail que nous va le juger nous pour tout gain américain.
James Haney wrote, once in a lifetime, the long far tidal wave of justice will rise up and hope amidst the rhyme. You made it rhyme louder than it's rhymed in a long time. I really mean it.
Yo mè fèl vini nou monte nivou a nan mi tout pendant tout temps. El va kibe nou tro long, li just remercie nou. Li reme nou anpil.
President Biden, First Lady Jill Biden, the outgoing president and First Lady, moments ago, leaving Joint Base Andrews. You can see the plane there waiting for them. The president, former president, saying, "Stay engaged," saying, "I've been doing this for 50 years." Did say something like, "We're on the cusp of real change. Don't give up." But that's quite something to deliver to a crowd when somebody else has just been sworn in and deliver the inaugural address. And President Trump has his own plans for real change. So, again, sort of a split screen moment here in Washington, and it does reflect the country. Again, sweeping mandate in the Electoral College, but still a fairly close election. Just a couple million separated Kamala Harris and Donald Trump in the popular vote. And what the former president, Joe Biden, is trying to do is keep people engaged, keep supporters engaged. You can
Merci parce que n'a partagé.
some members of his own cabinet.
Thank you for typing, for tap the screen, tap.
There in the crowd, having just embraced the outgoing former President Joe Biden there. And John Carl, he clearly did express a little bit of, his own reaction, if you will, to what he sat through with the inaugural address just about an hour ago.
C'est celle côté où on joint information en anglais en créole.
He said the fight's not over. We still have work to do. And he made a comment, especially after hearing that speech, we've got work to do. And then he crossed himself.
Yeah, sign the cross, right? Yeah.
Sign the cross, as if to say he needed a little moment of prayer after hearing the first of the two speeches that Donald Trump has given so far today. David, I can only imagine his reaction to the pardons that we just heard Catherine Falder's report, the pardons and commutations for virtually everybody who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Let's face it, those prosecutions, some 1,600 cases, are a big part, or were a big part, of Joe Biden's legacy, holding people to account for attacking the United States Capitol on January 6, 2021. And that legacy is now up in smoke. And as we reported here, as we first came on the air with these inaugural activities, that decision to expand the pardons and commutations, and again, they haven't been issued yet, but Catherine Falders is reporting that they are about to be issued. They're expected to be issued. That was a change that was made since last night, and a change that I am told was made as a result of the pardons that Joe Biden issued this morning. That Donald Trump had originally planned to issue pardons for all the nonviolent offenders on January 6th. And in terms of those that had committed attacks on police officers and violence, that he was going to refer that to his Justice Department to review, as J.D. Vance had suggested about a week ago, on more of a case-by-case basis. But now you have the broadest, if he goes through with what, again, Catherine Falders has reported, the broadest possible action he could have taken regarding those who attacked the Capitol on January 6th. Virtually all of them to be, if he goes through with this, free by the end of the day.
As we watch Joe Biden and Jill Biden leave Washington after Joe Biden's 50 years of public service, Terry Moran, if Catherine Falders...
50 ans public service, 50 ans.
This would be extraordinarily sweeping in nature.
Sweeping and telling about this national moment. Think of it, those two men in the Capitol today, side by side, performing the constitutionally mandated and this time peaceful transfer of power, and is still fighting over the meaning of January 6th with their pardons. President Biden preemptively pardoning the members of the committee and some of the witnesses before the committee that investigated the attack on the Capitol. President Trump now pardoning, it looks like, pretty much everyone who attacked the Capitol. One of the things that was at issue in this election is, what does January 6th mean to the United States? Not just now, but in the future. That question has not been resolved. To many in the country, most Republicans on the day, it was horrifying and disgusting and a crime against our democracy. They've changed their tune. A lot of Americans still feel that way. Other Americans see it as a lot of hyped up partisan politics. How we resolve that dispute will tell us a lot about who we're going to be.
Yeah, that's true, Terry, and something we heard in traveling the country, and Martha, I know you talked about this too in covering this election, is that people would acknowledge it. They didn't like what they saw, but it wasn't their number one issue. It wasn't even near the top of the list. So whether wiping it right off the map is the answer to some of those voters or not, we'll just have to wait and see what the American people say and how they react to the news. This is the president's room, as is custom. The incoming president signing a series of binders. Let's listen.
It was a great moment. We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents.
Là, nous exactement, ouais, président, actuel président des États-Unis, qui a signé premier, ça, l'a signé, c'est document qui crée cabinet, 22 cabinets. Partagez, tout le monde, partagez. Parce que ça important, en pile. Ça important en pile pour nous tendre, pour nous ouais, ça qu'a fait là. M'a retourner sur TikTok là. C'est 47 sub-cabinets. T'as pris là qu'on y a là. Ça important en pile, tout le monde, en pile là. On va tourner live.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control.
Premier salicien c'est 22 cabinets là, deuxième salicien 47 sub-cabinets. Là, l'absien acting government là. Moun qui parle acting as government yo. Troisième ça l'absien. So l'absien 15 en chairman yo qui a appointé yo. C'est-à-dire que l'ancien 3 documents ça fait 4.
Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast. Very important.
Ça rien c'est ce dernier ça l'absien là et ça qui bal tout droit pour opérer et pour drapeau arrêté pour rising pour que la protéger tout bas yo. Là, nous le président qui a signé le premier document, mes amis. Il a signé 5 qui créent cabinet, sub-cabinet, chairman, délégué, et ça qui dit que doit protéger tout ça qui a rapport avec un gouvernement là. Bah chaque monde en plume.
Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Great job. Check.
President, do you have any reactions to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Congratulations. Les gars, c'est 5 premiers documents, mes amis. Et John Jones a passé plus que 100 décrets que l'a signé jeudi à la même. So rete en bas live là, partager, tapoter, share live là pour nous tout cas au courant et nous là pour nous traduire tout ça qu'a dit là en créole pour nous. Je parle français, tout le monde traduit en français. Vous comprenez? Nous avons plus que 2 heures de temps depuis nous live sur Facebook là, sur YouTube là, avec Facebook. So, pas de monde qui a besoin de princesse. Pas de monde ça on va live moi. Il y a 2 speech depuis hier soir nous live. Jeudi à la matin là, il y a 2 speech. Côté que inauguration faite. Et deuxième c'est côté la rencontre fin il fin déposer un président Biden dans hélicoptère pour la Kaili. Président Biden a quitté en Washington. Là c'est tout le monde qui a mangé, le monde qui n'a pas dit yo. Ak bel oui lo ap suiv diplo. Yo se pe yo pe c'est pour ça yo pas jouer. Oh yo pe. Mais profitez abonner à page moi. À l'abonner avec sur YouTube, sur Facebook là, sur TikTok là. Côté que nous connecter toutes les dans toute période ça yo. Et pas seulement ça nous fait, et pas seulement inauguration nous gagne nous bail. Toute information qui gagne rapport avec immigration, taxes et business consultation. Comment créer business ou qui sont doués ils ont besoin. Est-ce que l'on crée business là ou juste monter son bar ou créer un LLC? Est-ce qu'elle n'a avantage ou pas avantage nous là pour nous dans tout ça. Mais je dis c'est inauguration objet. Biden avant l'aller dans dernier jour là, il pardonné toute famille, plus que 7 monde. Il a absolute pardon. Ce côté que pas condamné pour rien yo été fait depuis 2014 jusqu'à présent. Thank you for being here guys. Pas oublier taper écran nous, partager, tapoter, partager sur Facebook là lui-même, c'est commenter, abonner et puis partager. C'est sur Facebook là où regardez c'est commenter, partager, c'est sur YouTube commenter, partager, c'est sur TikTok tapoter, partager.
And former President Joe Biden also made it clear in pardoning his family members in the 11th hour.
Est-ce que TikTok là qui t'a tourné avec cadeau à Marronnet?
I could almost say not because of wrongdoing is what he said. He just feared that they would that there would be retribution in the months to come.
Correct. He said that these were to prevent, as he put it, baseless and politically motivated attacks. Again, saying that just because he was issuing these preemptive pardons, it was not an acknowledgement of any wrongdoing, but yet another sign that even as we are going through the motions today, even as Biden was participating in this transfer of power and inviting Trump to the White House, that Biden simply did not trust Donald Trump to use his power appropriately.
Mary, thank you. You're looking live at the luncheon on Capitol Hill. This is when leaders from both parties gather to welcome the incoming president. There will be gifts exchanged here at the luncheon, and President Trump will make comments here as well. It's customary that the president would arrive, you would see a couple of moments, and then they would shut down the cameras just for a brief period so that they can actually eat lunch. Presumably without all of us peering in while they're eating their food. He's expected to arrive here at any moment. And then later this afternoon, Rachel Scott is at the Capital One Arena. And Rachel, it's my understanding that will replace the...
En dans la toute autorité ou net, et président pas loin pour l'arrivée, Timon, et toute autorité ou la net.
Exactly, David. A much very different inaugural parade will be happening this year for the first time in decades, because this will take the place of that traditional inaugural parade that we normally see down Pennsylvania Avenue. Instead, President Donald Trump will come here. This is an arena that is filled with thousands of his supporters.
Est-ce que vous comprenez? Inauguration qu'on fait dans la rue, côté que défilé qu'on fait dans la rue, tout le monde dans deux bords rue, côté que y a salué tout le monde. Parfois ça, il pas fait dans la rue, la fait dans l'arena, la fait dans son gros stade. Côté que tout le monde est là déjà obtenu.
They also booed here when former President Biden, departed on that helicopter with the former First Lady of the United States as well. This is a crowd that's very, very fired up. And notably here, David, also, we do notice that something very different is happening than the campaign rallies. You also have a desk that is here on the stage, presumably for the president to sign some of these executive orders, this executive action that he has been talking about. I can just give
So,
you a picture. You can see it.
président décidé pour signer papier yo devant tout au crowd. That's Monsieur, ça son bagay nous première fois dans toute histoire. Dans toute histoire et élection, dans toute histoire qui passé dans inauguration. Première fois dans pour que le président chita dans mi-temps pile full moun yo pour signer executive order li yo. Ça le dit pour le préparer. Il y a plus que 100 que le dit que l'a signé jodi à la et chita là n'a pas tout. Et n'a faut connaît qui ça oui. Pas oublier taper écran nous, partager. Et si nous travail, nous ka quitter live là ouvert, nous ka mettre sur télévision la caille nous ka mettre sur tablette nous.
Maybe because I'm getting hungry sitting in here in this.
I got Jeff Bezos.
This is the menu. Ready for this? Okay, Chesapeake crab cake with tomato tartar.
Même temps avec un petit chon.
From a Virginia vineyard. Second course, Omaha Angus ribeye steak, carrots, broccoli raw. Just so you know, potato gratin.
À la salle gen mon important monsieur.
And then Minnesota apple icebox.
Et mon à l'argent seulement dans salle là.
Salted caramel. And some Sonoma County Russian River.
So on fait l'argent attendez.
For dessert. So anyway,
mettez l'argent dans poche nous attendez.
The fruits of the labor across the country. And I'm glad that they're eating too. I think that we talked earlier about they had to go 2 hours with water, and I was like, oh, that sounds like the rest of us. So I think they'll be just fine with that. But the luncheon comes our way next. I did want to bring, is Dan Abrams with us? Dan, I want to check in with you based on Catherine Falder's reporting, because obviously if what Catherine is reporting holds, and we have mentioned a number of times, the caveat here is everything does appear to be fluid, but Catherine is reporting there is a very good chance this will be far more sweeping in nature. But Dan, you're always so good at just helping us understand the difference between an actual pardon and a commutation, and they're two very different things here.
Very different. A pardon basically means you're erasing any conviction. In the case of a preemptive pardon, you're ensuring that the person doesn't get prosecuted at all.
Après, c'est expliquer nous qui ça qui pardon que nous dit à pardonner yo. Son pardon que son bail qui veut dire que bail qui préemptif, bail qui retirer en condamnation ou te gagné et que pas qu'à condamner nous encore pour lui.
And you are just simply saying the sentence, the remaining sentence would go away. And that's interesting because it applies to both Trump and Biden here, right? Because when you heard President Trump speaking, he made reference to President Biden issuing, quote, pardons for all these convicted killers. Actually, what President Biden did was issue clemency, commuting the sentence, the death sentence only of these convicted killers, and instead making it life in prison. So even when you commute a sentence, it doesn't have to be the entirety of the sentence. You can also say, I'm going to cut it short, as President Biden eliminating the death penalty, keeping life in prison on the table for all of those folks. It's an important distinction when we hear what's going to happen next.
Dan Abrams, our thanks to you. We're looking at live pictures here from the luncheon. You can see Pete Hegseth, the nominee for the Pentagon, who had a bruising confirmation hearing, some tough questioning, but did very well as far as Republicans are concerned.
The Speaker of the House, the Honorable Mike Johnson, accompanied by Mrs. Johnson. Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles Schumer, accompanied by Mrs. Weinschall Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries.
Leaders of Congress now entering the room for the luncheon here. President Trump expected to arrive at any time. Our Washington Bureau Chief, Rick Klein, with us, political director as well. Applause for leaders on both sides of the aisle, and as President Trump enters this room,
for the honors and the invocation.
As President Trump enters this room, he enters a fairly new Washington than what he entered in 2017, Rick. Many of these Republicans have been elected
Escorting
in the
the
Trump
Vice
era.
President of the United States.
Vince a monté qu'on y a.
snapshot of things have changed. Tech titans like Jeff Bezos, Bobby Kennedy Jr., former Democrats like he and Tulsi Gabbard, Marco Rubio and Lindsey Graham, former rivals, all of them are part of this room, and they're part of a Trump-supporting establishment, a tech establishment and a Washington establishment. This is striking, David. 2/3 of House Republicans right now were elected either in 2016 or later. That means that they were elected with Donald Trump or with Trump in office. They owe so much of their political careers to the man who's now president.
Let's just listen into this moment. Thank you, Rick. Great point. We're going to come back to that in a moment here. Vice President J.D. Vance from Ohio, 40 years old, he's 39 on the campaign trail. Quite a rise in the party for J.D. Vance, Martha.
An incredible rise. You know, David, I was thinking this morning as we're all sitting on this set that J.D. Vance sat right here on this set in 2016 to talk about his book, Hillbilly Elegy. And from there, of course, went into politics. The time he wrote Hillbilly Elegy, he had some things to say about Donald Trump that Donald Trump didn't like too much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump, and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fisher, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Mwen ap manje.
There you have it. They're going to take a break for lunch there. You heard Senator Amy Klobuchar talking about that painting. American Horizon is what it's called. She said this is the first time in inaugural history that they have celebrated an American artist. Her name is Jane Wilson, an American woman who was an artist born in Iowa, noted for her exploration of the horizon. And you heard Amy Klobuchar talk about how it could also not only make her think of being in the middle of the heartland, which is what she and her fellow senator thought when they saw the painting, but then also if you look at it, you see sort of Florida in it as well, Mr. President. That was sort of a gift, a nod to him. We're going to take a quick break here. On the backside of this, we're going to look at some of these moments, the interactions between the Trumps and the Bidens. We know that Joe Biden and Jill Biden have now departed Washington. You saw that here. At the back end of this luncheon, you're going to see the gifts exchanged for President Trump, some of the things that have played out on this day. But as we go to break, we thought as we've traveled the country here as reporters leading up to this election day itself, we've listened to voters at every step of the way. And we thought it was important, given how divided the country is, that we hear from voters not only who supported Trump, but voters who were hoping this would have gone a different way, but who share some of the similar hopes as we move forward on this inauguration day. So let's listen to them as we go to break, and the entire team will regroup here on the backside. We'll see you in a moment.
I feel good about the next 4 years simply because we actually have somebody that's going to be leading our country in the right direction and moving forward with a great plan.
I want to see prices come down for everybody. I want to see the borders get more secure. I want to see our police be respected.
These next 4 years, I hope for prosperity in our community. I hope for healthcare changes. I just hope for a better day, man.
More inauguration coverage live from Washington after this on ABC.
It was a dark and stormy night when I craved an equally dark story, like First Lie Wins, about a woman who's lying about her identity to get closer to her boyfriend.
So guys, Jean Noël là, Jean Tande là, c'est inauguration qui est Donald Trump et nous la continuer juste pour une pause pour qu'à manger. Parce qu'on est là dans le moment manger là, avec un pile bruit, pas de parler, pas de qui est trop intéressé. C'est maintenant quoi parce qu'il va retourner, nous va retourner pour nous ouais toute loi que Donald Trump a signé yo. Il y a plus que des gens il y a plus que 100 décrets en présidentiel là, que la prend pour dans premier jour là. So ça a intéressant pour nous connaître qui ça a dit et qui ça a fait et comme ça pour nous connaître nous-mêmes si est courir pour nous courir ou bien rester pour nous rester. So et comme ça lié là dans moment et non pas M. Benji Peralt et ou suivre page Ben le Diplo et sur fait venir pas oublier abonner et soit habitué déjà activer son cloche là pour chaque les nous live pour nous ka gain contrôle. Coup de break n'a prend et puis pour nous retourner parce que je dis assez grand jour inauguration qui a fait dans aux États-Unis. Ma parlé nous dans state Massachusetts on thunderstorm yesterday et je dis c'est un jour congé. C'est un jour off lié dans toute Amérique. C'est President Day, c'est jour Martin Luther King, c'est jour bon, il est bien tombé tous ces jours ça Donald Trump prend pouvoir. Ça veut dire Donald Trump marque un moment inoubliable, pour marquer un moment inoubliable dans l'histoire. Et si il gère salgué pour le gérer, il fait salgué pour le faire sans il pas aucun monde pas subir aucune mauvaise conséquence. Bon, c'est la fait plus gros président qui passe dans l'histoire américaine. Non? Parce que jour l'entrée au marqué des jours mémorables. Et action pour le poser ap des actions inoubliables tout. Hopefully we make America great again. Hallelujah. 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 Yes, sir. N'a prêté ton de retourner ensemble avec signature là, en attendant que mon y a pris break. Mon y a manger. Faut même sous calme manger mais pas oublier toujours quitter page là ouvert sous télévision la KO. Quitter page là ouvert en la KO. OK? Quitter page là ouvert la KO non. Kite. Open. Pataje li a zanmi nou. Yeah.
gen sinema pa gen mwen pou malanje machin mwen richan pasan pa gen mwen katedral pa gen ripape pa gen mwen pou malanje peche nan gen vidan pa gen vakans de Kameroun toute la journée à kidnapper pendant la caille tous les prisons pendant la paix mon Dieu est-ce que mon Dieu est-ce que mon Dieu est-ce que mon Dieu tous les nous misères nous Dieu est-ce que est-ce que vous t'oubliez est-ce que on va jamais tous les nous misères nous Haïti yeah, Magini se fait passer. La pirate, la qui attrape la pirate. Oh, hey, il fait la place à l'idée. C'est pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango. C'est pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango. Il fait même pas pour marionnette, il passe même pas pour animette, il fait même pas pour cigarette, quand il a regardé pour ma tête, il a crié, oh, 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 oh. Il a mêlé, oh, 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 oh. Il va dans le petit tas, ça fait caresser, petit la roue, il fait mourir, il fait marcher, il fait chita, il fait popper, il fait crier, oh, 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 oh. Il fait mêler, oh, 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 oh. Papa tout film, papa tout gagne, on s'est brûlé, même si on a un problème, on est tous à faire passer. Où je le fais marcher. Même s'il suffit, on fait le fort, sans réfléchir, on n'est pas d'accord, on est tous à faire passer. Où je le fais marcher. Si pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango. Si pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango. Ouais, c'est libre obligaté, c'est libre dans le thé, c'est libre fait son marché, et c'est politique, et libre, mais madame, c'est libre, c'est libre en riba, Où elle m'a cherché, c'est pour parfois m'a crié, c'est pour c'est pas possédé, c'est pour c'est l'innovité, c'est pour l'éternité. Moi j'ai tout le monde qui m'aime, c'est pour et tout ce qui est crème, c'est pour tout le monde trop j'aime, c'est pour c'est les qui sous bonheur. Si pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango. Si pas le livre, c'est pas les livres, c'est pas les livres, c'est ça l'idée, tout ça. T-shirt à mon bongo, la fête de c'est tango.
Non, tipam non. Tipam non well. Tipam non belle. Tipam non.
Why you get the feeling? Baby, you know what the deal is. I know a way to go in the morning for the fight. I know you want to free. All of these things revealing. Don't let me waste the time. Come along for the ride. And before you know, yeah, it's up in the air. Your back is up right there. Show me your love and bring down waste to mine. No, you pretty like shine up in my face when you laugh at me. Your body tight, you it off for me. Fall in our best line and give thanks for life. Yeah, I will go down like kitty 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 kitty. Me and my style like kitty 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 kitty. And when she go like kitty 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 kitty. From the beat down like kitty 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 kitty. Oh, baby, come give me a reason, 'cause I can't help feeling. My hands up, kind of touching the ceiling. Are you seeing? We found. Oh, come touch me, baby. Wanna get my hands all over your body. Gotta open that you wanna tonight. Baby, come and live up like this. Come and bring your body and twist. Baby, come and live up like this. Come and bring your body and twist. Like a playboy, bunny, bunny, bunny. A playboy, bunny, bunny, bunny. A playboy, bunny, bunny, bunny. Let's get dancing, my baby. Oh, yeah. Alright, yeah. And when she go like come and get down like just a day time with me, right by this time because you vibration me and you, girl, I'm like expectation. Take a shot and enjoy yourself, girl. Get your body in a bubble like salsa. Like it do, baby. Don't just move it. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Yeah, girl, give it to me. Ooh, we had that night till we saw everything. Like that night, the moment gets sweeter. All to your clothes, all to your speaker. From the sun, feeling living good, girl. We can shout now. Kitty, 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 kitty. Me and my style, kitty, 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 kitty. And when she go like kitty, 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 kitty. From the beat down like kitty, 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 kitty. That's the light from your dad.
Guys, bon m'annoncer nous que pendant la parlé à la, Trump cancel tout appointment qui gagne dans CBP1 nan. So tout le monde qui t'a une date, information fait tomber que Trump cancel que CBP1 nan. So si on ba live là, fait femme on connaît, fait zam on connaît qui c'est domingue parce que 27,000 moun qui déjà sous bord de Apton. Et actuellement là, Trump va mettre les live pour nous. OK. Il y a plus que 27,000 moun qui sous bord de Captain et appointement CBP1 nan cancel, déploiement Marines qui est fait et famille qui attend pour traverser border malheureusement yo di pas gen moyen. Gen ti moun ak grand moun k'ap crier sous border parce que tout appointement yo cancel. CBP1 appla li shutdown, ba konnen si ka vérifier. CBP1 appla li fait d'après ça ou dit là li shutdown. So
They now are in limbo.
That's something to really watch. And bigger issue here on immigration itself as a political issue. There's going to be a real postmortem within the Democratic Party, John Carl, about why they would wait until the final 6 months of their administration, knowing that this issue was front and center and really important to Republicans and Democrats, voters across the
So
country.
just pass a lot nan
They
shut down
to
this.
the bill, the bipartisan bill in the Senate, which you heard Joe Biden talk about endlessly. You heard Kamala Harris talk about quite a bit.
Même dit 27 000, 270 000, sorry. C'est 270 000 immigrants qui étaient capitaine dans border. And then Trump canceled.
The Biden presidency. It really didn't get under consideration until the fourth year. So this is clearly something that they're looking at. And it was interesting to see one of the first real piece of legislation of the Trump era that already has been voted on was the Laken-Riley Act, which is something that had widespread support among Democrats.
She was the nursing student.
She was the nursing who was murdered by an undocumented immigrant in Georgia. And this is a bill providing for the deportation of those with criminal records. And it had significant support from Democrats in both the House and the Senate.
I want to bring in Matt Rivers. He's on the other side of the border, reporting from Mexico. And the president of Mexico has signaled, perhaps not so fast, but again, they're looking at both the issue of immigration and on tariffs and the economic impact of these potential tariffs from a Trump administration as well.
Yeah, David, no question that when the president of Mexico, Claudia Sheinbaum, is taking all of this into consideration, it's not just with migration, it's also with the broader trading relationship with the United States. It's all part and parcel of the same issue here. But I think the president of Mexico, while she hasn't commented officially today, she says she won't until tomorrow morning, she has signaled a willingness to stand up to Donald Trump. And I think that really goes to how effective Donald Trump will be in implementing some of these migration policies, these deportation policies that he wants to implement. For example, remain in Mexico, David. You need Mexico's cooperation to do that. He could say he wants to restart the program to force asylum seekers to wait here in Mexico, but Mexico has to agree to that. So they have to come to some sort of an agreement. And if there's a confrontational relationship between Donald Trump and Claudia Sheinbaum here in Mexico, does it make it any harder for him to implement those goals? And I think just to highlight all of the points that our colleagues have made, the confusion, the mass confusion right now amongst the hundreds of thousands of migrants that are currently in Mexico really can't be overstated. We've spoken to so many of them here in Tijuana, where we are right now, where the shelters are filled with people who were trying to get CBP-1 appointments or who even had them already and have now had those appointments canceled. What happens to these people, David? Where do they go? They are now stuck in limbo. Many of them can't go home, but they can't go forward. So at the same time, you're talking about people stuck here. You're talking about mass deportations of people coming back to Mexico and migrants continuing to come from the south. It is a recipe for chaos, a stone's throw from the U.S. border, and it is something, like it or not, that the U.S. will have to deal with if we see that start to materialize.
Matt Rivers on the other side of the border from Mexico and Tijuana, near Tijuana. Matt, thanks so much. I want to bring in Catherine Falders, who also has some reporting on executive orders, action involving immigration. And Catherine, Tom Holman, of course, the borders are, Donald Trump's borders are heading into this next administration, has signaled he's ready to go. There was early reporting that maybe this would begin in a city like Chicago, a show of force, if you will. Where are we on the reporting of that? I know Mr. Holman had said, now that that had been made public, that perhaps they would have to change up whatever they were planning to initially do. But where do we stand on the reporting on this?
Yeah, so it does seem a bit in flux as to what exactly they will do and when they will do it. Now, of course, Trump has said that he's going to declare a national emergency at the southern border. You heard that from his speech earlier today. He will sign a proclamation that says as much. And then, of course, executive orders on that will follow. But I thought the point Maria was making just a moment ago was just so telling, because we have to look exactly at that language in the orders, what it says. They've been anticipating legal challenges, for example. So while Homan, of course, is publicly saying that and privately indicating that maybe those plans will change, we do still expect them to take place in some form, whether it's obviously in Chicago. Other cities have been discussed. Trump himself has indicated as much. But what I can tell you from what I'm hearing from sources close to the administration and close to these efforts is that they are anticipating a storm of legal challenges surrounding all of this. of course, what Homan will do and all of the immigration executive orders and beyond the immigration executive orders. Legal challenges related to DEI, for example. That he made after his swearing-in speech. So they have assembled, at least I'm told, an army of people essentially inside the Department of Justice, dozens of political appointees who are anticipated to start today on day one inside DOJ. Those people don't need to be Senate confirmed. So they are in there, and there is a team dedicated just to assisting with the defense of lawsuits. They've been anticipating this for quite some time. Of course, there were upwards of 400 lawsuits during the last administration. They now know what they will be sued for. That language in those executive orders will be very carefully crafted around the anticipated legal challenges, but there will be a whole team dedicated to specifically fighting and defending Trump's actions in court, David.
Catherine Folder's with us as well all afternoon long. Catherine, thank you. Of course, Donald Trump knows it's not just Republican voters, but Democrat voters who want something done on this issue as well. So he has a little bit more of a mandate this go around.
Ça veut dire nous comprendre que yo dit c'est pas seulement républicains qui votaient pour qui mandaient Trump pour le camper border a, démocrates ont mandé pour le camper border a tout parce que c'est son cancer lié pour Amérique et bagarre et border ça.
There comes the cost of this to actually to pull off some of what Donald Trump would really like to see when it comes to undocumented immigrants in this country is also, in addition to all the legal challenges that Catherine talks about, extremely expensive when you're also talking about cutting down government spending, trying to bring down the deficit, extending the tax cuts. You're going to have to pay for immigration as well.
And it certainly is at odds with what Donald Trump is arguing he wants to do in terms of increasing government efficiency, getting rid of wasteful spending. Trying to pull off the largest mass deportation in American history is extremely expensive and logistically really, really challenging. I mean, you have to identify all of these people. You'd have to go in to these cities. Now, we do know that Trump has said he wants to likely start in these liberal cities, in sanctuary cities like possibly Chicago. As John Carl mentioned earlier, his borders are, has admitted, the goal here is shock and awe. And I think it does get at a question about optics versus substance. How much are you just trying to send a message by carrying out these kinds of raids? They've said they would start with migrants that have a criminal record, but wouldn't stop there. They would possibly broaden beyond that. How do you do that? And this is a moment where you really have to be faced with the reality of putting into place what you've promised the American people, and that is often easier said than done.
Yeah, and if it's only optics, you're going to have serious questions because, Rick Klein, one more quick question to you before we go to a break. Our Washington bureau chief, just on the polling on this, Rick, this has become such a huge issue for Americans across the board that, as Mary says, not only is it very expensive, but the American people who voted for Donald Trump, if they voted based on this issue, they're going to want more than optics here.
Yeah, his policies in this area are significantly more popular than even he is. And as we've noted, he is at a historic, for him, level of his own favorability. But there was a Wall Street Journal poll that came out just last week, and a clear majority of the American people, 52%, said that they favor deporting undocumented immigrants, and a slightly larger number favor building that border wall that Donald Trump made a signature of both of his campaigns for the presidency. He is able to claim something of a mandate in this area. People are wanting what he has promised. The question will be how he delivers.
Rick Klein with us as well, and the other question will be who pays for it. So, Rick, thanks very much. Elon Musk speaking just moments ago, and we're going to have that for you right after the break here. Don't go away.
This year's Best of the Year winner is a reimagining of a literary classic, Huckleberry Finn, and one of its central and long controversial characters, Jim. While the prose give agency, intelligence, and wit to a character you've met but have never really known, the narration from Dominic Hoffman imbue him with dignity and grace. That is why James by Percival Everett is Audible's Best of the Year.
With Amazon Photos, Prime members get unlimited full-resolution photo storage and 5 gigabytes of video storage, so you can securely store your digital photos.
Haïti chérie, faut j'ai longtemps que la peine est sortie. Yo marqué des belles idées, ouais. Le soir t'as fini, on peut prendre figure. Oh, 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 oh. T'es avancé, t'es l'école, qui t'est avancé. Yeah. Faut nous tous chanter, et pour tes pays, faut qu'il décolle. Yeah, yeah. T'es content de tomber, on nous mettait ensemble pour faire le marché. Nous que belle plage, bel soleil, cascade, nous c'est merveille. Pays à toi riche pour moi, t'as aimé, ouais, pays décollé.
Pendant que je t'ai collé.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Pour pays me décoller. Olé, 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 décoller, olé, 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 olé. Allez, pour pays me décoller. Olé, 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 décoller, olé, 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 olé. Tout est à parler, tout est à parler, à parler mal, non, pas parler mal. Chaque pays est bon, même pas yo. Tout est à parler, tout est à parler, à parler mal, non, non. This is Shabba, Jack Berry, for life. He's on fascism.
Nous gen actuellement là Elon Musk qui a parlé dans l'arena là en attendant que le président vienne. Anthony. Milford TV. Thank you, brother.
But this one,
Fenel.
this one really mattered. And I just want
Bon, on
to
connaît,
say
n'a
thank you
goumé,
for making it happen. Thank you.
c'est job nous depuis l'en commencé, brother, depuis notre diplomatie jusqu'à là.
My heart goes out to you. There's thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good.
Et là, on se dit que li optimiste par rapport avec le futur. Et yo croit que y a fait un futur américain en bon. They're gonna make it great. Et nous remercie tout le monde.
Yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
En attendant, nous attendons notre Trump venir dans l'arena. Je nous dis chaque année, il est toujours fait dans la rue. Et il pas année ça, il pas dans la rue. Il est justement dans l'arena pour qu'à gérer ça, gérer.
He actually said this was more than just an election where you go back and forth between parties and you just move on from an election. He said this is a fork in the road in civilization.
Mm-hmm. A fork in the road in civilization. He's promising that this is going to be a new day. He was light on details of what exactly this Department of Government Efficiency is going to look like. We do know that he will have an office somewhere on the White House complex. We have learned that in recent days. But there are still big questions about how exactly this is going to be carried out because we've never seen anything like this before. Here is what we know. We know that Elon Musk, the world's richest man, is very close to President Donald Trump. He was by his side throughout the campaign, and his influence has really loomed large since the campaign and into the transition and now into his presidency. We knew that he was weighing in on everything from cabinet picks also to what legislation was going to look like. Obviously, the Department of Government Efficiency as well. And of course, you have these tech CEOs lining up by President Donald Trump just right after President Biden gave that Oval Office address warning of a tech industrial complex taking over, of an oligarchy taking place in America. And Elon Musk, not the only one that's going to be speaking here today. I will tell you, we also just heard from the FBI director nominee, Kash Patel, was on this stage as well. All of them receiving a very warm reception as we wait the President of the United States, David.
Well, while we have you, Rachel, you teed us up for Kash Patel. Stick with us here. Let's listen to Kash Patel. Of course, Donald Trump's pick to lead the FBI. And we'll get your reaction, Rachel, here on the backside.
My oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today.
Simon, monsieur, you did well more jouet. And then today, li sérieux. Puis faut monter pour jouer, li bat ka. Yo pense il pas privé dans niveau ça. Il fait pas là pour blague. Même jo nèg haïtien qu'on fait blague dit bail et ambassade la voyer dem non. Mais monsieur fait comme ça. Regardez je dis arrête côté li.
But our future is bright because you have the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story is pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. The dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We gotta get to work. And we gotta accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now, we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the number one cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities.
Kash Patel, Donald Trump's nominee to head the FBI. Let's go to Rachel Scott, who was in the room, and Rachel, the reception for him, and the road ahead for him as the nominee to run the FBI.
Yeah, he got a very large round of applause from the various Trump supporters who have filled this arena waiting for President Donald Trump to take the stage. I will tell you, it is striking to even see someone who is going to be nominated and is nominated to serve as the FBI director come before a crowd like this. But all of that obviously does parlay into what President Donald Trump's goal is here. He promised radical change to these agencies, and he does believe someone like Kash Patel could deliver on that. In his past comments, Patel has vowed to shut down the FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. He has vowed to go after what he called conspirators in the government or in the media. And I will tell you, he does face possibly a tough and bruising confirmation battle ahead over on Capitol Hill. He is one of the nominees that has been making the rounds, meeting with Republican senators behind closed doors, trying to get them on board. But even Pam Bondi, President Trump's nominee for Attorney General, faced a lot of questions in her confirmation hearing just days ago about Kash Patel and whether or not someone like him could be independent, whether or not even the Department of Justice can be independent if these nominees are so loyal to President Donald Trump. And so we will see his confirmation hearing likely take place in the next couple of days as Republicans move quickly to try to get President Donald Trump's cabinet filled, David.
Rachel Scott at Capitol Hill.
Après nou ke jodi an la, pi for page USCIS yo break or shut down pou update, parce ke gen nouvo dokumen ki ap mette sou pied, gen nouvo dokumen ki ap mette deyo, gen nouvo dokumen ki Trump ap elimine, gen nouvo dokumen ki Trump ap ajoute, ke l te geta propose deja, ou bien e sa l te geta gen depi ane 2017 ke former President Biden te retire ke li menm li retourne ave yo. So sou sa, gen pil moun ke nou pa, gen pil moun ki ta remen ke nou travay pou yo jodi an pa ka travay. Paske sa se pa jou SCIS yo, akwetans SCIS yo, sa se fè men pou jodi an. Alright? So, welcome Kantavan, Virginia Kantavan, thank you. Milford, Jean-Philippe Dera, nou genyen Hermano Fenel, Pierre, Pasteur Muscadin, Suzanne Muscadin, nou gen Jeffrey Terobal, Paulins, Franzi, Margaret, thank you for being here, thank you for sharing, thank you for commenting. Makman do de pou monte, pabli ki to comment pou nou, kite on mot d'encouragement, paske nap e do kompren sa kap di, sa kap fet, nan jou sa la, nan jodi ala nap pale ala. Nan mouman Investiture et président Donald Trump dans Washington DC, qui c'est deuxième fois élu président, 45e et 47e président des États-Unis. Il y a un peu de décision qui est à prendre. C'est 5 documents qui créaient un gouvernement là. 5 documents qui reconnaissent que le gouvernement est en place. 5 gouvernements qui ont chairman. Et dans 5 documents, il y a fait 15 chairman, 22 et secrétaire 45 l'autre plus un ça qui dit que drapeau États-Unis c'est drapeau qui doit rester en l'air et reconnaître que li taken oath pour souveraineté États-Unis. So li là li tout bagay yo nan live là ou ka toujours regarder nous là when get 3h40 depuis nous live malgré nous commencer en retard son tap sous 4 temps. So nous là pour nous parce que il dit dans arena il tout mettait un bureau là disponible pour montrer dans figure tout le monde que il pral signer plus passer sans décret présidentiel. So Elon Musk est parlé dans arena, Platel est parlé dans arena, gen l'autre monde qui a passé pour parler dans arena parce que en attendant pour chop dans lunch dans lunch on ni côté que l'a manger avec tout public là et bon super public là comprendre. Et puis après ça pour lui rentrer ensemble avec quelques documents et discussions que la prend pour avant li entrer dans maison blanche là pour aller chita mettre affaire li il passé dans maison blanche déjà avec Biden qui était et toute clé toute bagaille il mettait Biden dans hélicoptère pour Biden dans la Cali. Biden prend avion là la Cali chop gon l'autre avion qui disponible pour lui pour le prendre pour la lavel en dedans en côté tout ça le besoin faire pour le régler et tout ça le besoin régler pour gérer ça hélicoptère a tourné 20 ans chop. OK et la descend dans partie ouest là après ça dans partie ouest là c'est la président et c'est la bureau présidentiel là et dans partie est là c'est la côté vice-président tout fait comme ça et le ouais il descend président quand elle descend là et la président et vice-président pas gain accès avec hélicoptère ça il y a machine ni sauf si président va voyager que lui même qui doit là. All right, so nous comprenons toute réalité yo. Nous comprenons ça qui passé là et dans moment n'a parlé là yo get fermé border en yo fermé border Mexico a ti moun.
Whose other business is Tesla, which is electric vehicles. Certainly, there's going to be a lot to think about here because they're those billionaires standing behind Donald Trump. They have many interests.
Rebecca, thank you. A lot to sort of unpack there. And John, Elon Musk's influence in this administration in these early days will be significant.
It will be massive. And by the way, Elon Musk pointed out earlier today on X, Donald Trump was banned from that platform for a full, almost 2 years. And Elon Musk noted that by putting up the sign of it, that this account is banned and saying the king is back, referring to Donald Trump. The king is back. Mark Zuckerberg, of course, there today with Donald Trump as well. Donald Trump was banned from Instagram. He was banned from Facebook, the two big meta platforms, again, for at least 18 months. And now, he's there honoring him. But the big question here regarding Elon Musk and Doge is what authority they really have. Again, there is no Department of Government Efficiency mandated by law. There is no statutory authority. When they talk about going through and looking for ways to cut spending, that may be a very worthwhile pursuit. But the kind of spending they're talking about is spending that has been mandated by Congress. These are laws that were passed. Now they will try to challenge that and try to look for what's called rescission authority. It gets into the weeds here, but they are talking about trying to find $2 trillion in spending. It's unclear how you get anywhere near that without touching spending that Congress has mandated by law. One other note on Doge, Vivek Ramaswamy is to be Elon's sidekick in all this. And what we're hearing today is that Vivek Ramaswamy will likely not be coming in as part of this Department of Government Efficiency. We're hearing he's preparing to run for governor of Ohio. He will announce that what we're hearing will likely not be Elon Musk's sidekick on this. So
interesting.
So there's a lot that we don't know about what Elon Musk's actual influence within the executive branch is going to be. But clearly, he has tremendous influence, and he's very close to Trump, and he's going to have a role.
And he has varied interests, which don't fit neatly into one portfolio, as Rebecca Jarvis was getting to. I wonder, big picture here, Terry Moran, real quick before we go to break. Is there a miscalculation here on the part of the Democrats? And obviously, there's a huge postmortem here. But to have all these tech billionaires, these tech titans, and show up at the Republican inauguration here, what was the misstep for Democrats in pushing these entrepreneurs so far away? I mean, obviously, they wanted guardrails. They wanted to protect against the very real concerns over artificial intelligence, if you will. But at the same time, I think most Americans, whether you're Democrat, Republican, Independent, want America to lead in this sector, right? Amid new technologies, amid artificial intelligence. Was there a miscalculation in pushing them so far that they would all of a sudden, certainly be engaged in the Republican Party and around Donald Trump in a way that you never would have seen with a Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it's a stunning political conversion. Silicon Valley and these tech billionaires who just 8 years ago were all for the Democratic Party, some of the major fundraisers and champions of Democratic Party policies, are now sitting at the inauguration backing Trump to the hilt and trying to slam the brakes on private development of AI. One of the things that I've heard is that they were directly told, some of the companies out there, that AI will be developed like the nuclear program in the 1950s, that it will be a national government enterprise doling out civilian-related possible technologies. And that stunned them quite a bit. So there was the heavy hand, not just there, but elsewhere, that they thought was a real problem. And then they're billionaires, right? Donald Trump is going to cut their taxes or keep them low. And so there's that as well.
It's a very good point, Terry. Money talks. Mary, you want to weigh in?
Well, there was also that Donald Trump is known about retribution, right? You don't donate to my campaign and I will pull your government contract. I mean, there was, I think if you were talking to some of the Democrats, they were saying that Trump really went to town on this, and it wasn't just about AI or other things. It's about the new president kind of really having an enormous amount of power. And Elon Musk has, since he's been a kid, wanted to go to Mars. This is all he wants to do. He doesn't really even care that much about Tesla, he has said. This is what he wants. He wants the government contract to go to Mars. And some of the other tech billionaires want something, and Donald Trump has a lot of power and can stop it. So I think one of the reasons that they're there is they need something from him.
All right. They need something from him, the incoming president, and they're there, and they've given money to be there, and that story is still being told for, I'm sure, years to come here as we just examine the first hours of the administration. In fact, we've got to get back to that luncheon. The gifts are about to be given, the toasts in that room. We'll take you right back live to the pictures coming from Capitol Hill. ABC News live coverage of the inauguration. Donald Trump, 47th president of the United States. We'll be right back.
Yeah, 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 yeah. So I'm all about it. Yeah, I'm all about it. So I'm all about it. Yeah, 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 yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Leaving Washington 8 a.m. 4 years ago, did not take part in any of the public events that demonstrate sort of the peaceful transfer of power. This was quite a moment after these two men campaigned against one another, both back in 2020 and at least in the early stages, 2024, until very late in the game, actually, until Joe Biden dropped out of the race, Kamala Harris taking the top of the ticket. Extraordinary moment to sort of be back on track, at least in terms of showing the country that even in polarized times, leaders from both parties can be seen getting into the motorcade together. Although I think it was Mary Jordan earlier who joked that Senator Amy Klobuchar was playing sort of the person who would be in the car with him to make sure all went well. Although, by all appearances, even from the meeting in the Oval Office weeks ago, Joe Biden inviting Donald Trump to the White House, he embraced the incoming leader, even if he campaigned vigorously against him. I want to bring in Reince Priebus, former head of the RNC, ABC News contributor. And Reince, I understand you were with President Trump earlier today at St. John's, and I'm just curious what you witnessed early in the day as far as his mood and returning to the White House 8 years later.
Well, look, I think you saw in the rotunda the same feeling that we felt at St. John's, which was triumphant. And I think that's the word of the day. I will say, the St. John's feeling today I thought that was a lot different than 8 years ago. 8 years ago, we had folks from the Trump campaign, the RNC, a brand new feeling in Washington, new unknown territory, and people that didn't really know each other working together. Today, when I looked around that small little church, we all knew each other. We've known each other for 8 years. Even the new people coming on board, we've been interacting together for years. So it just felt very different. I would say it felt intimate. And I would say in the rotunda, if I had to describe it, I'd say it was intimate. I think it was magical, but it was also, as I said before, triumphant. And that was the feeling of the day.
It's Priebus with us here. Ryan, stick with us here. I want to listen into Hakeem Jeffries, Minority Leader in the House. Steve Scalise standing next to him, Majority Leader in the House. Amy Klobuchar taking the podium again.
Thank you, Leaders Scalise and Jeffries. I now ask my friend Senator Deb Fischer of Nebraska, as in the beef you had for the entree, who has been an excellent partner in planning today's events, to come up and present the inaugural photographs.
Well, my thanks to Chair Klobuchar for putting together again in the last 2 days the 60th inaugural ceremony here at the United States Capitol. Amy did a wonderful job, along with all of the committee, all of our staffs, in order for this to come together and be a very memorable experience. It is a tradition that the committee give our new president and first lady, our vice president, and Mrs. Vance the official photographs taken at the swearing-in ceremony. And so it is such an honor to be able to have those presented to you. I hope you will display them with pride, with honor, and with a humbleness that I know you will carry with you every single day that you serve the people of this country. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Senator Fisher. Now on behalf of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, I'd like to present the President and Mrs. Trump and the Vice President and Mrs. Vance with these crystal Lennox vases. See them over here? For the 10th consecutive inauguration, Lennox has provided the official inaugural gift. The hand-cut etched vases display the White House for the President and the U.S. Capitol for the Vice President, because I know that he is going to enjoy not only being the Vice President, but also, as Senator Thune and Schumer know, the President of the United States Senate, and there's no better job than that. These gifts symbolize our equal branches of government as well as our enduring democracy. There they are. I will now invite Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson of Louisiana, to give the toast to the Vice President.
Thank you so much. It's my great honor to offer a toast to our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. J.D., you wrote something very poignant in your memoir, actually many things very poignant, but let me quote you here. What separates the successful from the unsuccessful are the expectations they had for their own lives. That's really meaningful. That expectation is a powerful thing. We remember the people in our lives who provided that to us. We all need that. Everybody needs hope and encouragement. They need a greater expectation. We need people in our lives who will make us look farther and reach higher. JD's written a lot about the people in his life that have done that. He's written about, we know the great story of your grandparents and what they did in your life. He's written about his professors and mentors they met in law school. He speaks a lot about his gracious, beautiful wife, our new second lady, Usha. Is a great inspiration as well. And JD, you yourself have been inspiring people. Your story really has. It's one of the reasons that I believe God has raised your platform as he has, because you've been so faithful to tell that story and to inspire so many others. And so our hope and our prayer is, as you continue to do this, that as you go to help us execute on the America First agenda, that you also do what you've been doing so well all along, and that is providing a model for what is possible in America. What a great story. What an inspiring story you've had, and it's just getting started. I pray specifically that you inspire a lot of the young men in America. Some of them feel hopeless and stagnant sometimes. And you're a great example to all of them and to all of us. That if you work hard and you play by the rules and you do the right thing, you can make a better life. You're now the Vice President of the United States, my friend. So everyone, will you please join me in raising a glass to our own mentors, the people who inspired all of us, to the possibilities of our own future, to these great new horizons. What a perfect choice this was for the painting, the artwork today. And to the great example of our new Vice President, Mr. J.D. Vance. Here we go.
Thank you, Speaker Johnson and Vice President Vance. I will now invite my senator next door in the state of South Dakota, Senate Majority Leader John Thune, to give the toast for the President.
Well, Mr. President, Madam First Lady, congratulations. It is an honor for all of us to be able to be here today with you on this historic day as we celebrate your inauguration. Mr. President, one of the most important influences in my life when I was getting started in politics was Ronald Reagan. His philosophy of limited government, his belief in peace through strength, the strength of his convictions, were all things that appealed to me. But I was also drawn by his optimism and by his belief in America. And Mr. President, those are qualities that I see in you. One of the things that resonated throughout your campaign was the unshakable belief in our country and in her citizens. You remind us of everything that's possible in America. I'm looking forward to working with you over the next 4 years to build up our great country. It says in the scriptures that if you ask for wisdom, it will be given to you and given to you generously. And so I pray, and our prayer is, that God will richly bless you in the years ahead and grant you not only strength, but wisdom. And ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to join me in raising a glass to the President of the United States, President Donald Trump. You're here.
So, this has been a long day with many other things ahead for so many of you. But I want to thank you for attending the 60th inaugural ceremonies.
Est-ce que nous là? Est-ce que nous là?
We ask that you pick up a gift. All of our guests are going to get a set of commemorative glasses in embossed leather featuring the Great Seal of the United States, which Senator Fisher and I selected together, and maybe Senator McConnell added some bourbon from Kentucky. Just saying. It is now my privilege to conclude this luncheon by asking Margaret Kiven, the chaplain for the House of Representatives, to deliver the benediction. Thank you. And we know we love this eagle podium. It's pretty good, Mr. President.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the benediction.
Would you pray with me? Holy and merciful God, having witnessed another successful moment in the experiment that you have entrusted into the hands of the American people, we pray your blessing on our 47th President of these United States, Donald J. Trump, and Vice President James D. Vance. Ensure that this mantle of singular responsibility that you have laid upon our President's shoulders remains secure in your will and safeguarded in your keeping. Uphold him as he preserves, protects, and defends the Constitution to the best of his abilities, relying on your divine help. God of power and might, grace and mercy, grant that your spirit of counsel has access to the President's heart to search it, to his mind to examine it, to his will to test it, that his faithfulness would bear witness to your truth. Surround him with angels and advisors who will serve as your agents to guide and guard him. Caution and encourage him to remain upright and blameless in your sight. Buckle the belt of truth around his waist. Place the breastplate of righteousness over his heart. Fit his feet with readiness, that your gospel of wisdom and justice will shine forth throughout President Trump's administration. We offer this prayer to the one whose voice we follow, to guide all that we do and all that we hope for. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please remain at your seats as President Trump, Vice President Vance, the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, and the official party depart National Statuary Hall.
As we watch this live, the President, the First Lady now leaving the luncheon. They're going to be going downstairs momentarily to Emancipation Hall for their first honors ceremony. There's a brief moment in between where I think they're going to get some photographs taken. We're going to track this live. We'll go right back to them for that first honors ceremony. In the meantime, I wanted to get back to Ryan's previous, just to ask you one more question here, Ryan, because we got cut off there a moment ago. I'm just curious, Catherine Falders from our team here reported a short time ago that among the very swift actions President Trump will make this afternoon, it includes pardons and much more sweeping in nature when it comes to all of those who were charged in connection with January 6th. Does that square with what you're hearing so far?
It squares with what I'm hearing. I don't know to what degree, what the charges that are going to be pardoned will be. But certainly these are things that were promised on the campaign trail. The president played the anthem of the people that were in jail that they sung, and they call it the January 6th anthem. So, I mean, these are the things that the president was very clear about. The one thing that I would say was very obvious today as I sat there in the rotunda and watched the president give that speech, he is a guy with a mandate who was trying to tell the world that we are going to have an immediate and dramatic turning of the page. And he made that abundantly clear in that speech. And this is just one of those things. He feels aggrieved by it, and I think he's going to tackle it head on. So we'll see what kind of, if there's any controversy that spins out of that. But he was clear on the campaign trail.
And I know he's convinced he has a mandate given the sweeping Electoral College victory in November. Before I let you go, what did you make of the speech in terms of unity, Reince? You were in the rotunda. It was much more intimate than typical when we see these inaugurations play out outdoors. Obviously moved inside because of the weather this year. But here you had the president and the outgoing president really very close to him as he was telling the American people that he does plan to make, as you point out, Reince, sweeping and very quick change here in these early days.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt it was tight, and it was tighter in reality than what it looks like on television, just like on TV. So we were all pretty much packed in there, and you're right, he was pretty rough on President Biden as Kamala Harris sat there, and even as Franklin Graham gave his prayer, talking about this new change in America, and sort of out with the old and in with the new, and you got the old sitting right there next to the podium. That's what happens. It is politics. I think they get it. But there was a feeling of unity as well at the same time, that we had all of the former presidents. We had Republicans, Democrats. Amy Klobuchar did a nice job managing the entire operation. So, there was a feeling of Republicans and Democrats coming together. Adam Schiff was 2 rows in front of me, sitting there participating. I mean, he could have ignored it himself, but he didn't. He showed up, and so did a lot of Democrats. So I thought that was a good thing.
What did you make of the other presidents in attendance, former first ladies? It was an intimate space. You probably saw their facial expressions, the interpersonal dynamics better than even we did watching from the studio here in Washington. What did you make of the interactions?
Well, it's hard for me to tell. They didn't stand up a lot when I thought that they should have, but then I was wondering, is there some sort of protocol where former presidents don't stand up and clap? I couldn't figure it out. If they were just choosing to sit down at times when these were comments made about our hostages and other things like that, I thought that was a little strange. But the American people have spoken, and I think that Donald Trump took that mandate and he ran with it today, I think in a pretty dramatic but clear fashion. I thought it was a great day for the country.
Former head of the RNC, also in the first Trump administration in the West Wing, key role. Reince Priebus, we always appreciate your insights, and certainly the fact that you were sort of our eyes and ears today, in a sense, in the rotunda. Reince, we sure do appreciate it. Coming up here, our continuing live coverage. We'll go back to Emancipation Hall for what they're calling the first honors ceremony. We'll hear from the president right after the break. Stay tuned here. Live coverage continues, and we'll have more on the letters from outgoing presidents to incoming presidents. What a great and rich tradition. And what, if anything, we've learned about perhaps a letter that might be waiting in the Oval Office on the other side of the break here. Stay tuned.
ABC News live coverage of the second inauguration of Donald J. Trump returns in a moment.
It was a dark and stormy night when I craved an equally dark story, like First Lie Wins, about a woman who's lying about her identity to get closer to her boyfriend. But why? And for who?
Timoun. Sa kap di yo la, sa kap fet yo la, c'est deux bagay différents. Bagay la c'est commencé compliqué. Elle a commencé senti du parce que là nous gen contrôle que yo cancel CBP1. So before moun ki dans CBP1 qui Mexico, c'est avec on bon, c'est regrettable quand même. Côté que yo get cancel CBP1 dans Mexico et ça vient fait que gen 270,000 moun qui rete avec un grincement de dents et pleurs parce que nous connaissons puis fort dans nous qui connaît réalité al Mexico c'est des milliers de gouttes et de dollars que moun yo dépensé pour yo ka rentrer dans Mexico ça et ça fait Mexico c'est pas un bagage simple c'est comme si survie lié. Sou pas gen kob ou pas manger, sou pas gen kob ou pas boire, sou pas gen kob ou pas ka faire rien. So pour sur ce moun sa yo qui rive la pa getan jwenn date et ça ou te getan gen date qui peut ko passer et moun qui te gen date jodi à la 20 an, yo renvoyé tout moun sa ou pour février et à partir de jodi à même ni date antérieure qui était tombé pour après 20 janvier jusqu'à l'infini toute date ça yo cancel. So yo pas available encore, pas gen moun qui ka prend date et app la li disable ou pas ka rentrer sous li et date ou te gen automatiquement l'annulé. So ça c'est vinn pas gen rien dans mon et comme ça te dépenser I am so sorry ou dépenser là. M'pa pas dire ou dépenser là 20 non, but I am so sorry ou dépenser là 20. OK? Ça m'a suggéré nos ti moun qui Mexico, même qui gen femme qui Mexico, aller dire que chercher tramiter le travail dans Mexico parce que c'est pas difficile. Donc c'est 30 à 50 dollars liés. Bon, si on passe par Aketel Kakoto plus. Mais pour aller faire li ou juste besoin passeport ou pour faire tramiter le travail et pour bailler tête ou possibilité ou al travail ou al régler ça ou pour régler et puis vive la vous. Peut-être que on grain jour encore porte Amérique après ouvert, ou bien accès pour rentrer et ou peut-être on grain jour encore ou bien accès pour venir boy ici pour t'arriver ouais comment pour ta ouais bon on dit pour ta ouais Amérique. Pour nous qui pas ouais qu'est-ce qui t'a parlé à même moi. Me voici Seigneur, me voici comme un enfant. Yeah. So, l'important pour nous courant que ou gen droit bon yo gen droit cancel ça ou gen droit pas jouer privilège que ta men jouer parce que c'est réalité la vie dans pays ici. OK? So réalité la vie dans pays ici, cause que ou gen possibilité pour jouir de ces privilèges comme ça tout des possibilités pour pas jouir de ces privilèges. So pas ka konton moun maka konton sou pas maka dou ou doit vivre ou doit jouir mais on veut faut connaître que si toutefois pas ka jouir ou pas ka forcer la nature ou pas ka forcer le monde pour ka jouir de ces bagages que ou pas gain accès pour jouir. OK? A fait permis de travail au Mexico, gen travail Cancun, gen travail Tapachula, gen travail en et Mexico, gen travail tout l'autre côté. C'est vous qui t'as dépensé temps et argent, mais est-ce qu'on a quitté, est-ce qu'on a souffrir, est-ce qu'on a mourir, le peut-être que et border fermé. Ou bien est-ce qu'on va le forcer border pour le retrouver pendant ce temps on connaît que réalité ou pas même. On veut comprendre, on veut ouais système yan et puis réponse avec réalité là vous parce que la vie pas fini on dit la vie pas fini plutôt la vie pas fini parce que moins à coup nous au courant que depuis n'a bousquer la vie depuis n'a goumé il très facile il très easy pour nous jouer une possibilité pour nous entrer dans le système là comme ça doit fait so c'est là pour nous comprendre que n'a vivre pendant que n'a goumé et bataille là c'est une bataille qui constant, OK? Avec EDL, constant, tu me dis? Pour que grammaire. Oui. So, c'est pas un bagage qui simple, faut qu'on continue goumen jusqu'à ce que ou gagne. So, moi, même toujours dit nous, fight until you win, pas prendre pause, pas camper, et nous dédiquer today pour nous ka bon information sur cause élection, et comment investiture en fait et faut jouir toute dernière information de la caillou téléphone ou bien pendant notre travail là. OK, Donald Trump a signé quelques documents n'a tani. OK, pendant n'a tani là guys voulez nous battre nous tout I'm sorry. Voulez nous battre nous toute attention et puis tandis ça qu'a dit pour nous pas faire rien qui a l'encontre de ça dit. Même j'aime qu'on a grand pile monde qui dit que t'as dit les TikTok là. Là nous dit les TikTok là nous viennent pas qu'à download pour venir audio là. OK? Parce que y a move en et server yo from China to America. So de temps y a fait ça ou pas gen action pas gen. All right? So c'est un plaisir pour moi, il a toujours un plaisir pour moi pour me servir et puis pour me balavo comme ça doit faire.
Changes already the Oval Office.
Yeah.
To the Oval Office.
Not surprisingly, they have moved swiftly to do some redecorating in the Oval Office. It will look very familiar to all of us who have spent time in there and who covered Donald Trump's first administration. Those bright gold curtains have returned behind the Resolute desk, as well as the similar carpet that he had before. He's gone ahead and changed out some of the art already. The portrait of President Andrew Jackson is back on the wall, just as it was during his first term. And also, we have heard from some reports that what's known as the Diet Coke button maybe making a return, a button that Donald Trump could push to let aides know that he needed a refill of his favorite beverage. There is also a tradition in Washington that the outgoing president leaves a letter for the incoming president. Actually, Donald Trump did participate in this when he left 4 years ago, despite not participating in the inauguration festivities or the peaceful transfer of power. He did actually leave a letter for Joe Biden then. Biden never disclosed what was in it, though he described it as, quote, very generous. And we do know that outgoing President Biden did leave a letter today for Donald Trump. We will have to see if he'll disclose what was left in that note.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up. As we get ready to go down to Emancipation Hall, the whole tradition with the letters began with Ronald Reagan. We're going to have a conversation about that here on the backside. A really fun story about that first letter to his vice president who was becoming president. Let's listen.
Officers, just center. Just! Hold, ready, launch. Officers, ready, throw! Ceremonial, at ease! Hold, there you are. Attack! Ceremonial, at ease!
Il y a des soldats bien campés. Il y a Breton, président. Il y a un président élu, non, c'est président actuel président. Et ça pour nous comprendre. On respecte position messia. L'une dit l'autre, partager.
Margaret, this is
Nou tout ap tan, ni mwen ni yo, la di yo kampi douat, pa ham mouje. Pa man de si son man depose botet yo la sa fe. Humor.
The sort of regal nature of this is always sort of a prized moment of these inaugurations.
It certainly is, David, and you can see the discipline going down those roads, but a very, very different feel than if they were outside reviewing the troops. I imagine that President Trump will just walk by those troops and salute, and much smaller, obviously, than it would have been before, but the ceremony is quite extraordinary. We've seen the military over the past few weeks, of course, at Jimmy Carter's funeral as well, and the dignity and the precision in all of this that I have watched through several inaugurations, and you name it, the military is there and bringing the country together in ways that no one else can.
There's no question about that. Jimmy Carter was a proud member of the Navy, and we reported during the service that he famously was not about the pomp and circumstance so much that comes with the presidency. But this was one thing that he did want for his service in the end at the National Cathedral, is just to remember his service, and not only that, but to see those young faces and that America be reminded of their service every single day.
Exactly, and that stop at the Navy Memorial, which Jimmy Carter had authorized, and he not only wanted it for himself, as we've said, he planned that funeral with his family. He wanted it for Americans to see, for Americans to look at that, the military, and see the pride.
And I will say, former President Joe Biden now felt very strongly about the military. We traveled to Normandy with him to honor those World War II heroes who landed on the beaches of Normandy. And President Trump, in his inaugural address today, also talked about the military, feels very strongly about what he believes will be their efforts to bring it back to what it was under his first term. So in that way, both of these leaders have made it very clear that they appreciate and honor our nation's service members.
Exactly, and all presidents really do, and you get close to your staff. As we've said, we'll have to see what happens to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, C.Q. Brown, whether he gets close to him or not, or he may not be the chairman that he wants. That will be up to the president, because they do indeed serve at the pleasure of the president. But this is a very somber, solemn, and yet celebration of this president, and watching these moments and just the silence there, David, a kind of a beautiful moment.
Let's take a moment then. Honoring the troops, not only President Trump, but the incoming, the new Vice President, J.D. Vance, who is a veteran himself, Lindsay.
J.D. Vance, prior to going to law school at Yale, joined the military. I'm thinking of him, again, writing in his memoir, Hillbilly Elegy, about his hard scrabble life growing up in rural Ohio. Actually, in the very beginning part of his book, he talked about, I'll be the first to admit I've accomplished nothing great in my life. It talked about how not a senator, a governor, or a former cabinet secretary. Clearly, 10 years later, quite a difference.
Checking off the number of those.
And he served in Iraq. And I've heard J.D. Vance talk about that service, and he downplays it in a way. He was a public affairs officer, says he didn't go into combat. but he certainly was close to combat. He certainly took the risks others take. I've worked with public affairs officers. They're very courageous people.
The President and First Lady Melania Trump making their way right here into Emancipation Hall. This is the first honors ceremony. It's really in place of the traditional review of the troops that we've become accustomed to on Inauguration Day.
N'a gade président qui a rentré konya la même dans salle là, saluer troupe yo, Et d'habitude, j'aime dire, les comptes fait dans la rue, peut-être que les machines dans toute route jusqu'à ce qu'ils rejoignent l'espace là. Et heureusement, ça le fait fret. Il choisit un dedans pour le faire. Il est très 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 prudent ça à faire. Il est très 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 prudent dans le temps circonstanciel qu'on y a. Qu'il fait un dedans. Commandant Machavel, nous avons gardé la même tradition depuis l'Angleterre là, l'ancienne colonie. Ok? Madame n'a pas en dedans déjà. Plusieurs secrétaires sont là déjà.
Commanders, take charge of your units. Right? Back! Forward! Forward! Right! Hit! Forward! Nine! Forward! Return. Hold. Hold. Down. Right.
We're watching President Trump now leave the Capitol Rotunda and Emancipation Hall, where it was a review of the troops, a sort of truncated version, if you will, still just as moving and quite powerful, to be honest, but just different from what we typically see during these inaugurations since it was indoors. He's about to make his way with the First Lady to Capital One Arena, and that part of today's program will actually replace the parade route, which we typically see on Pennsylvania Avenue back to the White House. And in years past, we've watched as presidents and first ladies get out of the motorcade sometimes and actually walk along the route. That will not be happening today. Although some people are out there without their coats on today, just their suits. A lot of folks standing around. Don't be fooled, though, by the clear skies. It is a very brisk day in Washington. As we look at these pictures, let's stay with the live pictures, but can we bring in Kira Phillips into the conversation? Because, Kira, you were in the room in Emancipation Hall. Must have been quite moving.
It was, and you can probably even still hear the drums behind me of the fife and drum corps. You know, just a little bit of history. The corps used to, play from sunrise to sunset, David, and served as a primary mode of communications from commander to troops during battles. And just speaking of battles, there's one battle going on for sure that the president is going to deal with, and that is with who he has picked for Secretary of Defense. As you know, you go out into the field, the troopers, a lot of them will say how much they love President Trump, but when it's come to the generals, it's gotten pretty ugly at times, as you know. Trump's last presidency, he tore through 5 defense secretaries, 2 full-time, 3 acting. So now we'll see if indeed Pete Hegseth makes it through confirmation hearings to be his Secretary of Defense this time around. I did get a chance to spend some time with Hegseth, his wife, his family. They tell me it's been a real tough time for them personally, but Hegseth also telling me Trump has had his back the entire way, and Hegseth also saying he believes he will get the votes that will take him to the finish line, David.
Yeah, we've heard President Trump say in recent days that he was impressed with the confirmation hearings, and in particular with how Pete Hegseth handled himself up there on the Hill. Whit Johnson, you're right there, right, watching this all unfold?
Absolutely, David. All of this playing out over my left shoulder here. The president, 47th president of the United States, now inside that armored vehicle, that limousine, the Beast as it's known, with his wife, the First Lady, once again, Melania. We saw him speaking earlier with Senator John Thune, now the Majority Leader of the Senate. And there is a massive security apparatus here on the East Front Plaza. Here we see a number of police vehicles from all sorts of different agencies. And a break from tradition, what we're used to here, this is also where that parade would typically begin, but we know because of the frigid temperatures, that's not happening today. And somehow I can tell you it's managed to get even colder out here today. But this is also, as we see the motorcade start to pull away here, I am thinking about Trump's words just 4 years ago, his parting words from Joint Base Andrews when he said to everyone, "We will be back in some form." And boy, was he right. As we take a look at this motorcade and Trump driving away as the 47th president of the United States, David.
Whit Johnson, we really appreciate it. And we heard from Kira Phillips, who was inside Emancipation Hall there, Martha, and she actually talked about the open-ended question, which is, will this administration be different from the first in terms of the relationship with military leaders? We are getting some reporting late this afternoon that folks at the Pentagon have noticed that the former chairman Mark Milley, that his portrait has been taken down.
Exactly, and that has been confirmed, David. This is an area of the Pentagon on the E-ring, historic. Every chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff's portrait hangs in that hallway. You walk down that hallway, you can see everyone. But this morning, Mark Milley's has been taken down. He has a contentious relationship with President Trump. President Trump has called him names. Mark Milley, on his retirement ceremony, said he did not take an oath to a wannabe dictator. So there has been a back and forth between those two. The Pentagon refers people who are asking why that portrait was taken down. They are referring them to the White House. But we don't know exactly who took it down or who asked that that portrait be taken down. But boy, would that send a chilling message to other general officers who might say, if I cross the president, am I out of here as well?
Very interesting. Again, for the Pentagon to say, you got to ask the White House on this one, and the White House is now Donald Trump's White House. And you take a look at that license plate on the motorcade here. I believe it says 4547. Is that the still photo there on the left? Yeah, 4547. Made quick work of the math, whoever's in charge of the motorcade license plate there. 4547. As they make their way now to the Capital One Arena, this, of course, replaces the parade route that we have become accustomed to. 4 years ago, we didn't see much of this, and also we were in the middle of the pandemic still. So there were a lot of things about that inauguration that also seemed a little different, obviously. This one, though, even in these very divided times, I think that a lot of Americans...
Nous tous connaissons que lui c'est 45e et 47e président des États-Unis. So now dans plaque machine là, you mette 45 47 là-dedans.
Hold on to from today's coverage, I hope. Those moments of former
So 45 47e président dans toute plaque yo net.
Even watching Senator Amy Klobuchar, a Democrat who ran for president herself, chair the inaugural committee. And let's listen to the cheers here along the route for a second. Jay O'Brien, a much different route this time around, but people are gathered nonetheless.
So nou e plank sa kate a, al di babay kale ou ka krazi avant entrer.
National Guard troops snap to attention. A much different parade than Americans are used to for this inauguration, but one that folks here had been waiting for. Folks had been standing here for hours, really, in the cold, waiting to see the president-elect, or now the president, rather, drive by here. One woman told me, we've waited for this for 4 years, so a few hours in the cold is not much more for us. I talked to some folks out here about what they want Donald Trump's first order of business to be once he sits behind the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. One woman from a swing state telling me that she wants him to pardon the January 6th rioters as his first order of business, which we've seen in reporting over the course of the day. He appears on track to do, at least in some large part. I've been talking to January 6th rioters over the last few weeks and months, David, while they are behind bars in federal prison. They tell me that over the course of this campaign, they feel these pardons have been promised to them. I talked to one young man who's behind bars in federal prison telling me that he would feel betrayed if Donald Trump didn't issue that pardon, David.
Jay O'Brien along the route, and Jay, you're proof that it is cold out there today. I saw the ear warmers on and the heavy jacket, and we appreciate you standing out there. Just bring us a little bit of the color of the people and the supporters who've waited quite some time for Donald Trump's return, and in this way. And again, Jay, thank you for that. We heard Donald Trump say 4 years ago in leaving Joint Base Andrews that he would be back, unsure of what that role would be, and now he returns as the 47th president of the United States, pulling into that arena now. We're joined by Frank Luntz, a veteran communications analyst, does focus groups and polling, has studied election after election. And Frank, we remember when you were on the air with us, I think it was about 4 a.m, and we were struck by what you said that you heard repeatedly in those final focus groups leading up to the election, that you didn't hear strong negatives about Kamala Harris. You just heard over and over again people who were not convinced that she was the answer to the inflation, the economic pressure, and immigration, that those key issues could be solved by her, and that many of the people in those focus groups said that that's why in the 11th hour they went Donald Trump's way. But this sure does feel a lot different from even 2017, the fact that Donald Trump enters with a Republican House, a Republican Senate. The margins are slim, but still, both houses of Congress. And also, as we've mentioned here on the air today, he comes back with a Supreme Court that also has protected him and future presidents from a lot of what can happen from the opposing party if they're questioning certain actions of a president.
Well, first, I was there in the Rotunda, and Republicans and Democrats are sitting next to each other, senators, House members. I would note that the staff of the president sat in front of the House members. I heard a couple of congressmen grumbling about that, but it's such a small venue, and it's a really beautiful way to watch the president get inaugurated. They sit together, they talk together. They did not stand together. Democrats sat on their hands during the entire inauguration speech, and Republicans were repeatedly up. Then we went to this luncheon, the famous presidential luncheon that's been going on since Ronald Reagan. The difference here was that, once again, Republicans and Democrats sat next to each other, talked to each other. You don't see any of the partisanship that you hear and witness online. It's different in real life. But the point I want to emphasize is that I don't know, and I've been doing this now for almost 40 years, I don't know the time when the president came into power with more authority and greater potential. The Supreme Court is his. The court system is his. Narrow majorities, but there's still majorities. Donald Trump has an opportunity over the next 100 days to make a bigger impact. The challenge for him is that half the things he wants to do, the public embraces: immigration, taxes, budgets, and a whole bunch of the stuff the president wants to do, maybe on the environment, the public doesn't. So that's why the order of what he does over the next 100 days matters significantly, and how he does it.
That's an interesting point, Frank, because since you were right there, my next question would be, and I know that you enjoyed actually the bipartisanship of that luncheon. What did you think of the tone struck in the inaugural address? I mean, we were talking earlier on our air that because this was indoors, you had the incoming president and the outgoing president very close to one another during an inaugural address. And in this particular address, Donald Trump did not hold back on taking aim at President Biden, Vice President Harris. And there wasn't that sort of familiar nod at the beginning of his speech where even if you are the incoming president and you have a different set of policies and strategies that you want to implement, usually there is a nod, thank you for your service, and certainly someone like a Joe Biden, 50 years in the public eye and in public service. We didn't hear much of that. I wonder what you made of that in the room.
I was expecting it. We didn't hear much of that in 2017 either. I'm reminded of the great Paul Simon song, "You Lost Her." A man hears what he wants to hear and disregards the rest. If you voted for Donald Trump, you got exactly what you were expecting and exactly what you wanted. If you voted against him, it was horrible, but you knew what was going to happen. I don't think there are any surprises, with the exception of just how broad and how significant the next 100 days are going to be. David?
Frank, I think
believe that you're going to see more.
Yeah, please go
I believe
ahead.
you're going to see more. I believe you're going to see more legislation, more change, more true, maybe they call it radical transformation in Washington, D.C. over the next 100 days than we've seen in any administration since Franklin Roosevelt. Half of Americans are going to embrace it, and half of Americans are going to condemn it, but it's going to be significant.
And last question for you, Frank, because you talk about the unity, the rhetoric that you did not hear in the address. I do think you bring up a good point, because on these issues and this action that you suggest will come very quickly, that's going to be interesting for not only us as reporters, but as Americans to watch very closely. Obviously, actions are always more important than words anyway. But one of the things that's kind of remarkable is that even in a polarized country, there is some consensus on some of the key issues that are right at the top of the list. That the economic pressures affecting working class Americans, the middle class, are very real. That even though inflation's coming down, people feel it. And they were telling us that over and over again. That when it comes to the border, people do want a sensible solution. They want bipartisan action that they didn't see until the final months of the Biden administration. On some of these key issues, Frank, as you point out, that perhaps if you didn't hear the unity today that you were hoping for in action, depending on which issues he tackles first, he might be able to appease voters, moderate voters, right near the center on both sides.
You're exactly right. When he addresses prices and affordability for housing, healthcare, food and fuel, that's doing exactly what the American people wanted and what they were disappointed with the previous administration. When he addresses the security at the border, because it's no longer a Texas to California issue, it's now a national issue, he's doing exactly that. What we all have to become more prepared for is a rhetoric and a language that's a little bit rougher than we may wish, that's a little bit more direct and a little bit more divisive. But these are issues that the public is demanding that we address. Every survey shows it. And Donald Trump said today quite clearly that he is going to leave nothing on the table. This is his time, and he's going to get it done. And that idea, result, solution, is what the American people are looking for. They may disagree with the method. They may not like the language, but that's exactly what they want the result to be.
Which takes us right back, and this is the final point, Frank, before I have to move on with the rest of the conversation, but it's always great to have you. It just takes us back to what you said on election night, what those focus groups were telling you, which was you weren't hearing a lot that was negative about Kamala Harris. You just didn't hear anyone who was convinced that she could tackle those top issues, which is how do you bring prices down? How do you make the economy work for American families and working class families? How do you fix the border? They've had a chance to fix the border, and it's still not fixed in the eyes of many Americans. And so it sort of bears out what you were hearing in the 11th hour as we were heading into election night.
But it does, and you just made the exact point. Fix it. And in fact, I'll give you a single word to summarize how the American people feel. Enough. All caps, exclamation point, enough. You've had enough of the status quo, enough of failure. David, he only won by 1.5%. It was a very narrow victory, but he did win every single swing state. Still, the public said, get it done now, and we're okay if you break a few eggs as long as the omelet tastes good.
Frank Luntz with us here, as always. Frank, very illuminating. And Frank makes a point here, Martha, and there's no question that this country is, sort of at enough electorate. They're giving him a chance again now, too. But, they're going to want to see the proof in the details here. And I think that one of the driving issues, and we've reported on this over and over again, is when you travel the country, people are out there working hard and working well more than a 40-hour week and still don't feel like they have upward mobility or that their kids are necessarily going to have a better shot than they did. Then they might flip parties again in 4 years. We've seen this in recent years that people are saying enough, and they're saying enough really to both sides.
I think we said this on election night, that when you ask people about, well, is Donald Trump telling the truth? What they were looking at is their own truth, and their own truth was that groceries were more expensive, that gas had been more expensive. Even if things improved, they couldn't make up for that money, for that loss. They would tune out a lot of what Donald Trump said. They just wanted to hear about problems they were having, and they felt he was addressing those problems. At the border, everywhere I travel, you heard about immigration, you heard about the economy. With the Democrats, you heard about democracy, you heard about January 6th, and they didn't want to talk about January 6th anymore, David.
They wanted the problems fixed.
Exactly.
And they weren't convinced sticking with Biden and Harris, or with Harris at the top of the ticket, was the way to do it. And now they're giving Donald Trump a chance to try to tackle those issues again. You remember, and this was hours ago now in our coverage, but I'm going to take it back to this image because I told you there was one person in Washington that if we could just get a hold of that one person, we might get a window into what the conversation was like inside the motorcade with Joe Biden and Donald Trump on the way up to the Capitol, because we watched it. She got into the motorcade too. Senator Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from Minnesota. And look at our booking team. Senator Klobuchar, great to have you with us here. Thanks for joining us.
Well, thanks, David. Great to be on. We've just ended our day of ceremonies with a review of the troop, and I really appreciate you having me on.
Well, you did extraordinary work, Senator, and we've been talking about this on our air, that this was something that I think the country as a whole craved, to see both parties come together, and we know you led that effort as a chair of the inaugural committee, and we can't imagine what the last 24 hours must have been like for you as you tried to rejigger a lot of the planning. But we're looking at these images right now, Senator Klobuchar, of you inside the motorcade with Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and I know, oh, there's the laughter. So tell me, what was it like?
Well, first of all, I think you should know that there were a few of us in the White House ahead, and President Biden and Vice President Harris and Jill and Doug couldn't have been more gracious. We fell behind a little in the schedule simply because everyone was talking for quite a bit. And when we got into that car, I'm not going to reveal every detail except to say maybe we did discuss football just a little bit and some of the games yesterday. And we also talked about the now president's upcoming trip to Los Angeles. And I talked to him privately about that with the Olympics coming and how important that is. And of course, mentioned the firefighters in my speech.
And we watched the moment when President Biden, the outgoing president, welcomed the incoming President Donald Trump to the White House, Senator Klobuchar. This was something that wasn't afforded to former President Joe Biden 4 years ago, and that the country saw again this time. Donald Trump even said a few weeks ago when he visited the Oval Office that this was something he did talk to then President Biden about how important that moment is after all, and that he was looking forward to that moment of returning as well. How important do you think it is as a nation as we try to move forward from some of these polarizing times?
Despite what happened last time, I think you could see that Joe Biden decided he's taken the higher ground. He was more than gracious. The two of them, as you know, had worked together on the ceasefire and their staffs. And so, out of this, I hope will become some relationship going forward. I think that President Biden deserved that, and I also appreciated that the entire day we spent with the Trumps, and I think that the country was able to see. I certainly didn't agree with everything he said in his speech. There's going to be a lot of disagreements going forward, but there has to be a way where we can cross the river our divides and find some common ground when we can. That doesn't mean, as a Democrat, that I'm not going to stand our ground when I must. I'm going to do that. However, when we can find common ground, especially in some of the things you were just talking about costs and from everything from healthcare to housing to childcare, that if there is a way to find common ground, we're going to do that.
You mentioned the inaugural address inside the rotunda. It was a far more intimate setting. One of the things that we talked about on air here before you could join us in the conversation at length earlier was as the president delivered his inaugural address, because of the room and the way you moved it indoors, it was as though in almost every shot, right over his shoulder, was the outgoing president, Joe Biden, and the outgoing Vice President Kamala Harris listening to that address. So the country watched that. And what did you make? And did you hear enough about unity? We were also wondering if he would do the customary, thank you for your service after so long in front of the public eye. We didn't hear too much of that. What did you make about that?
Well, he did mention unity, but again, he focused on a lot of what he ran on, and that is his right. But I do think the fact that President Biden was there, Vice President Harris were there, so respectful. President Obama, President Clinton, Hillary Clinton. We had everyone from the Bushes to Vice President Quayle. And so I think one of the things that you talked about that room that I most noticed is because of the change, I wanted to make the point that we have to remember that our power in the room comes not from the people in there, but from the people that put us in there. And the teachers, the construction workers, the troops defending our freedoms, the firefighters in Los Angeles. So I just believe our strength and grit have to match theirs when it comes to democracy. And if you believe that in your heart, and which I hope this incoming administration is going to take to heart. I remember the words of some of the religious leaders that spoke about Lincoln's words about malice toward none, charity for all. They got to take that to heart then and act on it. So that is going to be part of our job. There's a reason we have the inauguration at the Capitol. We could have it in a presidential palace or some kind of gilded executive office building. And we make the point in our country traditionally that this is three branches of government and that we have got checks and balances. And that is something that, I hope that this new incoming administration will respect.
Well, I know your time is very valuable. I do want to ask you a quick question on the news that's been made today, and there's been a lot of it already, and then I'll let you go. But I wanted to start with the news that broke this morning, the 11th hour pardons from the outgoing president, President Biden, pardons for Liz Cheney, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Mark Milley, among them, the pardons for members of Joe Biden's own family. He said none of these individuals did anything wrong, though he was concerned about what the future might bring. And on the other hand, Senator Klobuchar, we also have reporting from our ABC team here that among the executive actions orders from President Trump here this afternoon will be a sweeping action of sorts for many, if not all, of those who were prosecuted involving the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And I'm curious what your reaction is to that move. And again, we haven't seen it yet, but what you would make of that move from President Trump and how you reacted to former President Biden's move this morning.
Okay, that's called a lot of questions. So, first of all, on the pardon front, I'm someone that has long advocated for pardon reform. I would like to see some kind of a commission set up where they review cases on a case-by-case basis. I said this when President Biden made his pardons. My concern about this, I'm talking about the past ones. And I know that a number of the people that were involved in the January 6th investigation, which I think is a righteous investigation, that they were concerned. That being said, I hope that there isn't some, again, large-scale pardoning. We've got pardoning on both sides now. Just because those January 6th insurrectionists actually hurt people. People were hurt. They were officers we had officers that committed suicide later. We had many that were severely hurt. And so, I just hope that what they're not doing is a full-scale pardon. If they are going to do this, and I wouldn't do it, as I said, I would have both sides here. I would have done this very differently. But I would hope they would look at each case carefully before they do something like that.
Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. Senator Klobuchar, we applaud your efforts today to bring back some bipartisan norms, some moments of democracy.
We had a nice lunch. I sat between the president and the vice president. Lots to talk about, a lot of people there, and lots to do as we go forward. So thank you.
We saw President Trump smiling there, very warm with you after your moments at the podium. And so thank you for your work today in bringing the country together. Senator Klobuchar from Minnesota.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Always good to have Senator Klobuchar, and she's always willing to answer the questions, even if there are more wrapped up into one than perhaps I led on to. But Mark Updegrove, just her efforts today, and you could sense what she was trying to do. She knew the importance of this day, that the American people did not see this 4 years ago, and what was important, even if much of what's being proposed here tomorrow she might stand up against. She's not going to do that today. She went up to the line on pardons and told us where she thinks she'll land if this goes in that direction. But her efforts today to try to bring back some of the norms and bring people together today.
You're so right, David. We haven't seen this for 8 years. And it's not just important for our country. It's important for the world to see that we have a united front when we inaugurate a new president, and that we hope that president does the best for our country, right? You talked about those notes earlier that presidents leave for, outgoing presidents leave for incoming presidents. And the first one was Ronald Reagan to his vice president, George H.W. Bush. It was a perfect circumstance. He was leaving the office over to his heir apparent. But it's that second note from George H.W. Bush to Bill Clinton that's more revealing. Because Clinton had defeated Bush. He had wrested him from the White House. And his letter read in part, "You will be our president when you read this note. I will be rooting hard for you." We should all be rooting hard for our president when he comes in. And this, our nation coming together, thanks in part to Senator Klobuchar, is a symbol of that. It's very important for the nation and the world to witness that.
No question about that. And speaking of those letters, we have a couple of them for our viewers at home. It's such a great point, Mark. Let's look at this first, because it all began with Ronald Reagan, as you mentioned. The letter from Ronald Reagan to his vice president.
What is a nice?
As he became president. And really, it's less what Ronald Reagan actually writes and the stationery that he chose to write it on. Look at this. "Don't let the turkeys get you down," is what the stationery says at the very top there. And he says, "Dear George, you'll have moments when you want to use this particular stationery. Well, go to it. I treasure the memories we share. Wish you all the very best. You'll be in my prayers. God bless you and Barbara. I'll miss our Thursday lunches, Ron." And so began the tradition of leaving a note in the drawer of the Resolute desk in the Oval Office. As Mark mentioned a moment ago, even more telling was that the tradition continued when George H.W. Bush was defeated by Bill Clinton. By Bill Clinton, of course, Ross Perot also in that race. And as Mark said, the note was long there. And at the end, he said, "Your success is now our country's success. I'm rooting hard for you. And Bill Clinton talked in later years about how moving that letter was. He wrote about it in his memoirs. And in fact, Bill Clinton and George H.W. Bush became quite connected over the course of many years. Almost became a father figure to Bill Clinton. He would travel up to Kennebunkport, Maine, to hang out with the Bush family. And it was always interesting I think it would give George H.W. Bush socks almost every year, right? I mean, there was a sort of exchange in those great photographs in the end. Barack Obama left Donald Trump a letter as the tradition continued through the years, a letter in 2017. And of course, we know Barack Obama had worked and fought hard, hoping that Hillary Clinton would become the first woman president after she served as Secretary of State for Barack Obama. He left a letter for Donald Trump, and I was in the West Wing, in the Oval Office, right after inauguration 8 years ago. He pulled out the letter. Now, how tempting was that as a reporter to say, to go back to the newsroom and freeze the camera and read every word? And it was interesting because I had asked the president, he said, "No, I'm not going to show it to you," even though he held it up right in front of me there. He said, "I'm not going to show it to you, but it's a beautiful letter." And I asked if there was a line in there that struck him most. He said there were numerous lines, so well written, thoughtful, and in the drawer, he put it in the drawer, which is custom, but he said, "I doubt too many of them were written in this manner." And I was just trying to get more out of him. And I did say, it looked like he wrote a lot more than most presidents write. I mean, that's longer than Ronald Reagan's turkey letter, and he says it was long, it was complex, and it was thoughtful, and I appreciated it. And he later told Barack Obama about that. The question was, 4 years ago, whether or not, Donald Trump talking about the fact that he thought this was a rigged election. The courts had said that's not the case, and many of these were Republican-appointed judges. Bill Barr, the Attorney General, said no evidence of widespread fraud. And even with all of that, Donald Trump obviously left Washington 8 a.m., did not take part in the peaceful transfer of power. There are a lot of questions about whether Donald Trump would leave Joe Biden the letter. And John Carl, we learned that he did.
He did. And at the time, the top Republican leader in Congress who Donald Trump was still talking to was Kevin McCarthy. Because as you remember, the Senate leader, Mitch McConnell, was no longer talking to Donald Trump. Repeatedly urged Trump, talking to him every day, multiple times a day, you've got to call Biden. You have to welcome him in as the president-elect. And Trump refused. He said, well, then you must leave him that letter. You've got to leave him that letter. And he did leave him the letter. We still have never seen the letter. It was 2 pages long. It was handwritten. Jen Psaki, who was the press secretary for President Biden at the time, said it was shockingly gracious letter, but he did leave the letter. Never called, never conceded the election, but did follow the tradition of leaving a letter in the Resolute for Joe Biden.
And Mary Bruce, you reported earlier on air that Joe Biden has done the same now for Donald Trump.
Yeah, not surprising given his participation in the festivities today, but yes, Joe Biden did go ahead and leave a letter for Donald Trump. We'll have to see if maybe he'll share the contents of that one with you, David, the next time that you speak. But there is a bit of a tradition, at least, in the immediate term, to keep those a little bit guarded and held closely.
Yeah, still to this day, I remember going back to the newsroom and freezing the camera, trying to get a little bit of what Barack. But I kept my word because Donald Trump did not want to make that letter public at that point. But he was deeply moved that Barack Obama left him such a thoughtful letter wishing him well in his presidency.
And David, eventually Trump did reveal what was said in the letter, and the last line in the letter was really a foreshadowing of what would come. Barack Obama wrote, "It's up to us to leave, regardless of the push and pull of daily politics, it is up for us to leave those instruments of our democracy at least as strong as we found them." And given what happened at the end of the Trump presidency, it was quite a prophetic line.
Really interesting, Mary Jordan, when you think just back to last week watching the incoming president at the time sit next to the former presidents, and Donald Trump was next to Barack Obama, and a lot was made about the very jovial nature, the warmth between these two men at the National Cathedral.
And of course, everybody's been talking about it because his sidekick, Michelle, is not there. Because clearly, I think Barack sees it as duty. It's the office of the president. He was one elected. He has to come. He's going to be cordial. Clearly, the whole Democratic side seems to be putting on this important visual here about we can, it is one country after all. This is just partisan politics. The bigger thing is one country. But Michelle didn't come, and she has said that, the death threats on her family because of some of the things that Donald Trump said, particularly that her husband wasn't born in the United States and therefore an illegitimate president. I mean, these are not small things that Donald Trump did. But I think the Obama thing is particularly interesting. I think today I'm so struck by Donald Trump is not going to ever be as powerful as he is today, because he can't run again, at least if he listens to the Constitution, because you're only supposed to have 2 terms. And we know how early other people start running for office. And so when Amy Klobuchar was talking about, the details, the devil's in the details on the pardon, right now he's got so much support. Soon, maybe he'll have a fight with Elon. Maybe some people in his own party will have a problem. But today is his day. Never more powerful. And, it'll be just months down the line when the next person is running for office.
One of the first things he did, Mary, when he was elected in 2017 was file the paperwork that he planned on running for re-election. I think you're absolutely right when you say he's no more powerful than in this moment right here. Today might be, and tomorrow perhaps, but these first days of the administration are the most powerful, given the fact that he's got a slim majority in the House, slim majority in the Senate, given the decisions by the Supreme Court on immunity, which we've talked about here. And the question is what he does in this moment, because as you point out, the Constitution says 2 terms and that's it. So you're sort of dealing with a lame duck status, but certainly with tremendous power at the beginning here.
And his people are saying a big 100 days are coming because they know this. They're worried that, there'll be blow-ups in the cabinet, turnover. J.D. Vance is so young, only 40. Does he want to run for president? A lot of the senators we've seen on this today on TV want to run for president. It's an open field, and some other stars and other power centers will start arising pretty quickly.
And Terry Moran, what do you make of this particular moment, this opportunity for Donald Trump? You heard Frank Luntz talking about it as well, that perhaps where you didn't hear about unity in the inaugural address, you will see in action that actually appeals to moderate voters here in this country, the people sort of in the middle who look back over the course of their lifetime and say, I did vote for a Republican and a Democrat now and then. I'm a moderate voter, and I want to hear someone who's going to tackle the issues and actually solve them.
I think that is the source of his power in this moment. The winning the popular vote settles a lot of issues in the country. And Democrats are not just acting out of the goodness of their heart. He stole their voters. He won in large numbers, voters of the working class, middle class, union voters, Hispanic voters, black voters, young voters, that they assumed belonged to Democrats. And that certainly brings them up against a very difficult question and makes them recognize, makes us all recognize, a narrow vote, sure. But the people have spoken, and they've spoken in a way that changes our politics. He comes to power really riding a wave of a movement that began, when he came down that escalator. It has now taken power. And that's a unique position for a president to be in.
It really is a fascinating time. And listen, we are all students of this, even though we've been at it for a long time. Every one of these, we learn something new. But you talk about the election, mandated electoral college, the vote itself is quite close. 48, 49, about 2 million votes separated the 2 candidates. It was a very close election. That's what we have in this country, are extremely close elections.
Close elections, but one that spoke because of the makeup of the election.
Yes, he was able to pull away some of the classic Democratic constituency in a way that they really are going to need to do a significant post-mortem here and be very truthful with themselves about what it was that they weren't connecting on.
And they don't want to alienate those voters by trashing their choice. They have to find a way, not to speak Trumpism, but to find a way into the issues and even the energetic executive that he represents. People got tired of nothing getting done. It seemed that the change was never coming. And here's a guy who's going to sign a $100 executive orders or whatever he's going to do. People were craving change and action for change, and the Democrats were running on things that weren't that important to them. And so now they have to figure out a way of getting some of those voters back, so they can't really trash them.
You know, it's so interesting because we go out and listen to voters all the time, travel the country. Martha, you did this extensively, and you heard it from a lot of people, even on Kamala Harris, that they said, you know, she is giving it her all in 107 days. We just don't know that much about her, and we haven't seen what we need to see from the Biden administration. So how do we stick with that? They had questions about Donald Trump. A lot of Americans did not like what they saw on January 6th, but just weren't convinced, Martha, that staying the course was going to fix things either.
And that is what the Democrats truly have to look at this point. And as Harry said, they don't want to alienate their own voters. They don't want to alienate those in the middle who may have changed sides because of Donald Trump. But what they have to do is really take a very hard look at what they did during this last election, what they focused on. I mean, they're going to talk about DEI. They're going to talk about transgender. All of those things hurt the Democrats during that election because some voters felt they concentrated on that too much and were not thinking about them and what they were going through in their own lives, in their everyday lives. And it's absolutely true. The energy of the Donald Trump campaign, look, he is a guy who is absolutely brilliant at marketing. He knew how to talk to those people, no matter whether they didn't like it all the time. He knew how to connect, David.
Well, look what he did after the inaugural address when he went down to his supporters in the next room, and he began it by saying, you guys are much younger and much more beautiful than the people upstairs. Which is, you know, that's classic Donald Trump, and you heard the laughter in the room. Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota, who has been just elected as the whip of the Congress, number 3 Republican. Congressman Emmer, thanks for being with us here.
Great to be with you, David.
We had Senator Amy Klobuchar a moment ago, so this must be Minnesota's day here on ABC. We appreciate your time. And, you know, the theme that she brought to the broadcast, I'm sure, is going to be no surprise to you, which was the absolute importance of America seeing this moment, the kinds of moments today that we didn't see 4 years ago, really from both parties, watching the outgoing president welcome the incoming president to the White House, and the warmth, even though there is vast disagreement on the issues between these two men, to see some of that warmth today. How important do you think that is for this country, if there's really any hope here at helping to soothe or come up with solutions to bridge this divide?
Well, I think we're all ready for unity, David. It didn't just start with the election of Donald Trump in 2016. There are many of us that would tell you it started right after 2000, when the parties just started becoming more and more partisan, the country more and more divided. It's always been that way, but the issue is we are supposed to be able to debate very vigorously and aggressively. And when the debate is over, when one side wins the argument or not, David, we live in the greatest country on the face of the planet. We need to be respectful of one another and tolerate each other's views and move forward. And I think today, it wasn't just about those two guys. I mean, you saw the former presidents, former vice president. You saw such a wide variety of people that were there. I think not only were the people that were lucky enough to be in that room hungry for it, I think that's what America voted for on November 5th. It's like, it's time. And, Trump said he wants to be the unity and peace guy, and I believe it.
Congressman Emmer, we're watching live pictures here at Capital One Arena as Trump children and their adult children, obviously, instrumental in their father's victory. Barron being applauded right now. And as we're looking at these live pictures, I wanted to ask you one more question, if I could, which is, Donald Trump has been asked, how do you bring the country together? And one of the things he has answered in the past was, there will be unity when there's success. And I wonder, success in which key issues, if you had to pick the top 2 that you put right at the top, which issues can he act on right away in these early days that will appease not only Republicans but Democrats, the moderate voters in the middle in this country?
Well, be careful when you say appease, because it will take some time for these to take effect. But it's the same stuff he ran on the campaign here. It's the economy. He talked about opening up energy production in this country. Energy literally is what drives our economy. It's what is behind everything.
down. It's not just the inflation. Inflation's bad enough, but people can argue, well, that's dropping. Yeah, but the prices aren't. Middle America, those struggling to survive, they need those prices to come down. And then it's sealing the border, which he is going to do very quickly. I think Americans, they have a government to protect their person and their property. And a lot of people have not felt safe over the last 4 years. It's just gotten progressively worse. And David, what's interesting is Donald Trump has been saying this for a long time. Republicans are all on board supporting him. And now you got more and more Democrats, our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, that recognize this is a huge problem, and they're starting to come on board. So back to your first question, I mean, the unity will come with success. Success is going to be defined as all of us working on these solutions together and getting them done. Donald Trump, what a unique personality to literally change the way we do business and lead us forward.
With just a few seconds left, I know you've just been elected whip for this Congress. And when you see Donald Trump picking people from Congress for the cabinet, it's going to be a harder job to be the person in your role. How difficult is it going to be when you get...
Well, that's really all we've had for the last 2 years. I was the whip in the 118th Congress. We started out with 222. After a period of time, we were down to 221. Then we had one or two members that were out for 6 to 8 weeks at a time. So this is not unusual for us. A majority is 218. We had 219 when the two Florida seats will be filled on April 1st. In the meantime, David, it's just getting everybody on the same page. You got to have everybody, you got to respect everybody, whether you agree with them, whether you think they're the smartest individual, the craziest. They were elected to represent the 750,000 people or so in their state, and they're going to be that voice. You let them be that voice. We're going to run into each other. We're going to have debates. I'm sure you're going to see the same human actions of, fighting amongst each other. But at the end of the day, we'll get it done.
Congressman Tom Emmer from Minnesota, we wish you and your colleagues well, Republican colleagues and Democrat colleagues alike, and I think your message is well received. Congressman, thanks so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too. Capital One Arena, President Trump expected to arrive at any moment. His children have arrived. Eric Trump with a fist bump for the crowd. Now, Eric Trump is going to have an even larger role running the Trump family business now, and with fewer restraints than they had to deal with 8 years ago, John.
Absolutely. Look, there's Eric Trump. He's going to be running the business. He ran the business during the previous time, and they're expanding. They're expanding internationally. They're actually making an effort to buy back the Trump International Hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. The Trump Hotel that they created in the old post office building just a few blocks from the White House on the way to the Capitol. They had to sell it. Now they want it back. We'll see if that deal comes through. But Trump has done very well for himself, and the company has done actually very well since he left the White House.
Let's listen to this for a second. This feels a little like the Jumbotron at the football game when they go past you. It's like a reviewing stand here of sorts of the Trump case. I'm being told by producers they literally are doing a contest to find out which Trump is most popular. Mary.
To an extraordinary degree, this president relies on his family. He puts them front and center. There's Ivanka Trump, who had her own desk at the White House last time. She said, this time I've got 3 kids. Politics is dark, she said. I'm not going to do it.
The official fanfare music group of the President of
but
the
it's,
United States.
We have his daughter-in-law, Eric's wife, RNC, Jared Kushner and Ivanka, even though they're not going to be moving to Washington, are on the phone all the time. Don Jr. went to Greenland as soon as he said, you know what, I want Greenland. And then you have a photo of Don Jr. It was controversial when John F. Kennedy had his brother in the cabinet. Now, we have not just one Trump, but we have Trumps everywhere. We have Eric and Don Jr., and now Barron is the new star. And it's all a competition with Trump because at a rally in July, Barron Trump came out in Florida, and he stood up, and everyone in the crowd gave him a standing ovation. And Trump said, wow, you're more popular than Eric and Don Jr. You got to hang out with me more because he's, good for my image too. So Barron is the new star. He's the young one who's supposed to be helping his father connect with younger voters, telling him a lot about crypto. And now we see that both Melania and Don, the president, have crypto coins. Barron, I think he's the one to watch going forward. Because he's been largely in the background. He won't come out all that much, but when he does, he'll have something to say.
21 years old, student at NYU. Melania Trump has been asked, the First Lady, about her son and his role in politics. She's often a little more tentative about that. Perhaps Dad saw the reaction and said, "Oh, this is good. This is good for ratings." With his son. But you can see Barron Trump very proud of his dad and standing up there and moments ago being received by that crowd, John.
That was an amazing moment in the summer when Barron Trump came out because we hadn't seen him at Trump rallies at all. And this was the first introduction. He was off stage. He wasn't actually on stage. And when they showed his image on those Jumbotrons and we waved to the crowd, it was a reaction truly unlike any that we had seen for his half-siblings.
Well, I think there's J.D. Vance, Vice President J.D. Vance, and one of his 3 children. Let's listen. Those little kids, Lindsay, they're very young to be taking in all this. It's quite something for them.
2 little boys, 1 girl. The girl's the youngest. You see the oldest is 7 years old. And again, this is something we talked about earlier, and that Usha Vance has said in part she's taken a backseat, even though this is someone who was a clerk to Supreme Court Justice John Roberts, also clerk for Brett Kavanaugh before he became a Supreme Court Justice. But now she has said that she really is embracing more her private life just to keep the children's lives private. It's interesting, when J.D. Vance did become the official vice president-elect, neighbors in their area said that she went by with chocolate bags and letters of apology for any kind of disruption to the neighborhood that it might cause.
Please welcome the 47th President of the United States.
This is quite extraordinary, I have to say. We knew this inaugural moment would be different from the rest simply because it's been moved indoors. This is now at the Capital One Arena, following in some ways sort of what they did back in 1985. The 2025 is so very different. And you're looking at Donald Trump's supporters here, President Trump's supporters, and just look at how close they're able to get to the 47th President of the United States, how accessible he is to them. And in many ways, that explains a lot of the movement behind Donald Trump, is that he says things and he has been a fighter on the issues that connect in many ways to so many people, and they've shown up for him in this arena. And they're taking photos with their phones within inches of his face here as he and the First Lady now enter this arena. And Rachel Scott, if you can hear me, I'm just curious, who got tickets to this? Do we know any more editorial about who was able to get inside? Because I know it's not quite as large a crowd as they thought they were going to be able to have, but the folks who are there who really believe in Donald Trump are quite lucky to have been this close to the 47th president.
And David, it is very hard to hear you because, as you can tell, this crowd is roaring. They have been waiting for hours for President Donald Trump. I talked to one woman who stood in line starting at 2:30 a.m. But David, you were right. I am struck by just how close these supporters were able to get to the President of the United States, and he is taking this moment in an inaugural parade that has somewhat of a feel of a political rally, David.
Thank you, Rachel, and I think that is well put. This is a Donald Trump inaugural parade. This is what an inaugural parade would look like in 2025 if you had to imagine it. If he had won the election, and now he has, and to have the family up at sort of the reviewing stand and the audience cheering for who they think is their favorite Trump, and the desk now set up. And I think we have an image there of just the pile of what we believe could very well be some of these executive orders that President Trump will take action on really in these first hours of being in office. We know he has talked about this in his inaugural address, the border, declaring an emergency in the southern border. Here's the prep work. We captured this image earlier today of them placing these on the table, of course, with the presidential seal, which was placed there within moments of Donald Trump taking the oath of office here this afternoon in that familiar fist bump. And of course, that image from Butler, Pennsylvania, John Carl, when there was an assassination attempt, an attempt on his life, the fact that Donald Trump was able to stand up and hold his fist to the air, that was an extraordinary moment, and one that will go down as having a true impact on this campaign and how people see Donald Trump.
David, it was the defining moment of Donald Trump's campaign. It was the defining moment of that entire campaign. It may well be the defining moment of Donald Trump's political life. I think some people close to him believe that it was in that moment that he solidified the fact that he was going to win that election. I mean, it was coming to your feet, bloodied, and also what he said, fight, fight, fight. By the way, as he walked on with Melania, this is the most that we have seen of Melania Trump since she was in the White House as First Lady the first time. She was not a presence on the campaign. She made a brief appearance at the convention, but it's interesting to see her fully back by his side.
Mary Bruce, she has signaled that she is going to be a very active First Lady. She has said that I don't plan to outshine my husband in any way, but I'm going to be in the White House.
She is, and she's going to continue to do the work, especially the anti-bullying work that she was doing before, and it is different the second time around, as we've been discussing. Gone is that period of transition and trying to figure out really how Washington works, finding, sort of her place in all of this. She knows what she wants to do, and she knows what she's getting into, and also, look, Washington is now, in many ways, a much more friendly environment to Donald Trump. He has the full backing of Congress, obviously, Republican control of Congress, and this broad coalition of support. So I think it's a very different feeling into which Melania Trump is coming. And, I just keep thinking about how different this afternoon would have looked had the temperatures been a little bit different outside. Obviously, there's a healthy amount of disappointment that they weren't able to have that traditional parade. But in many ways, this feels more Trump. This is a more classic Trump event. We were saying earlier, he understands political stagecraft better than anyone. And the chance to showcase his supporters, the movement that he has built, the movement that is propelling him back to Washington. And here, of course, you see, I believe those are, yes, some of those who were there in Butler, Pennsylvania.
And, of course, remembering the person who lost their life there in Butler, Pennsylvania as well. Martha, I believe the president will probably look back at this moment and say, I'm glad we were at the arena. This is a more intimate gathering, and this is more, as Mary said, more like a Trump rally. And it has the DNA of Donald Trump and his supporters, and the American voters who were determined to be there for Donald Trump.
As he said in his speech this morning at the Capitol, he believes he was saved by God to make America great again after that assassination attempt and that fist you put up. So that he put up. So when you see these citizens from Pennsylvania walking by and law enforcement, firefighters, these are Donald Trump's people. You know Donald Trump loves this. He thrives on this. This is what he does at rallies. He loves having that crowd there. And so in that arena, it really is more intimate, not just for the people there, but for Donald Trump. This feels exactly like the rallies he's held again and again. And of course, he's looking to see how he did. We heard him right after his speech, in the inaugural speech, saying, it's going to play great. I thought it would play great, and the reviews have been great. That's what he's looking for today, too.
And Rachel Scott, who was there in the arena, of course, was our reporter on the scene that day in Butler. Rachel?
It is striking, David, to see this procession that is happening. Those first responders from Butler County walked out to applause, carrying that uniform from Corey Compentor, someone who died ultimately shielding his family. I remember being there in Butler and the sheer panic that was as the president-elect covered his ear. He was rushed out, and then he raised his fist in the air. You remember those striking images as he said, fight, fight, fight. And I thought of that moment again today as the president of the United States was inside of the Capitol taking the oath, and right after putting up his fist 3 times once again. You saw him do it just a moment ago as well. Fight, fight, fight. It became the mantra of his campaign. Many people in this arena repeating it right back to him, David.
Rachel, thank you.
Let us now take a moment of silence in honor of Corey Comparatori. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We now present to you the New York Military Academy from Cornwall-on-Hudson, New York. New York Military Academy stands out due to its unique connection to the president himself. President Trump is a 1964 graduate and has been enshrined as one of our alumni of distinction. This historic academy has been named Junior Reserve Officer Training Corps, that's JROTC, and are marching with their cadet dress uniforms. Look at these, all modeled after post-World War I General Blackjack Pershing's gray uniform. Introducing the Palm Beach Police and Fire Honor Guard unit, representing the town of Palm Beach, Florida. This group consists of police officers and firefighters from the town of Palm Beach, home to some of the most prestigious people in the world, including President Donald J. Trump.
Est-ce que n'a pas gardé tout le monde? Est-ce qu'on a tout le temps le point? Pendant ce temps, l'Inde Haïti, je vous ai dit que ça est l'argent à me dépenser, trop de temps à me gaspiller, pour les bagages pour nous régler.
And look at this, here's one that hits close to home for our vice president. We now welcome the Middletown High School Marching Band and cheerleaders. They're traveling all the way from Middletown, Ohio to proudly represent their school, our nation, and outstanding alumni, including our new Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. The band has performed in countless parades, community and sporting events, as well as competitions. They have also always qualified for the Ohio Music Educators Association state finals for 23 years straight. How about that? And they've earned the highest rating in 18 of those appearances. Woo! And today they performed America's Sweet Land of Liberty. pipes, and drums. And they are well seasoned when it comes to civic events. They've played and participated in parades, memorials, and other ceremonial events across both the United States and Europe. Today, they are wearing their most notable uniforms. What a great photo opportunity. Consisting of the Glengarry headgear and kilts. And they are proud to honor their fallen brothers and sisters each and every day. And as the floor of fighter fighters, pipes, and drums leave the arena, we keep the rhythm and the drums going. Please welcome the Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band. Traveling all the way from Smyrna, Tennessee, they are proud to represent the volunteer state in the 2025 Presidential Inaugural Parade.
La suivi par Radio 43.
And as the beat of the drums continues, established in 2013, that band has rapidly become one of Tennessee's premier high school music programs. This band has participated in numerous civic events that honor significant moments in our nation's history, like the 75th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Captain Jeff Cuss, United States Marine Corps Memorial Dedication, Chicago Thanksgiving Day Parade, and a Lincoln Memorial performance as well. The Stewart's Creek High School Marching Band, everybody! Make them feel welcome here in D.C. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now welcoming the Mississippi Valley State University Band. They're traveling all the way from Itta, Mississippi. Look at this, gang. This is the Mean Green Marching Machine. They are proud to represent historically black colleges and universities at the 60th presidential inauguration. 300 from the Mississippi Valley State University Band. You know, since its founding, the band has consistently played a significant role at their university and across the United States. They have performed for athletic events, Mardi Gras parades, Rose Bowl parades, and many, many more. The Mississippi Valley State University Band takes great pride in presenting culturally diverse presentations for students, faculty, and the surrounding Mississippi communities. Take a look at that brass out there. Woo! That's just part of the big green marching machine. The big green marching machine from Enabina, Mississippi, ladies and gentlemen.
The Capital One Arena here in Washington, D.C. The 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, there with First Lady Melania Trump and the children. And if you're just joining us now, we've been on the air, obviously, for hours today covering the second inauguration of Donald Trump. And even before these marching bands, this, of course, replacing the typical parade that you would see on Inauguration Day because of the chilly temperatures here in Washington, really stormy weather up and down the East Coast as part of this system that moved in bringing brutally cold temperatures. Before these marching bands, actually, the adult Trump children entered the arena, and almost like the Jumbotron, you know, at the football game, there was a contest in the room who could be the most popular Trump child, even though they're all obviously adult children. And then the camera panned down, and literally they would cheer in the room based on who their favorite was. It was kind of an interesting moment to watch them all compete with each other. But as we were saying here on the air, their father loves that. You know, he loved it over the summer when Barron Trump made that first main appearance in Florida on the campaign trail, and when the supporters in the rally realized that they were seeing Barron emerge for the first time, they responded, and Donald Trump responded too. He said, "Whoa, he's more popular than the other kids." And so wouldn't be surprised if Barron takes on a larger role, although we already know he played an important role behind the scenes leading up to this election in helping his father sort of navigate the podcast world and decide which corners of sort of the cultural conversation where he could reach, you know, more young male voters in particular, and they did so very successfully. As these marching bands wrap up, there you see President Trump, the First Lady. There's Barron Trump. And you know, President Trump is quite tall himself, so for Barron to tower over both his mother and his father tells you just how tall Barron is. 21 years old now, a student at NYU. In a moment here, we're expecting to hear remarks for the final time of the day in sort of an official capacity from President Trump. He will speak to the crowd, presumably about the action he will also take here late this afternoon. He promised action on day one, a number of executive orders he's expected to sign. There is a desk with the presidential seal right there on the platform that he's expected to then sign his executive orders immediately on day one. That was one of the Vance children.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our new special envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff.
Steve Witkoff, Donald Trump's Middle East envoy who helped negotiate in those final days with members of the Biden administration that ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Donald Trump giving Steve Witkoff a considerable credit, as he should. Even the Biden administration recognized that Witkoff's work in those final days helped get them over the finish line to have two administrations speaking as one. Let's listen to Steve Witkoff.
Good evening, everybody. I was appointed by President Trump to be the special envoy for peace in the Middle East. And I'd like to describe to you some of the things we're doing and how it informs on President Trump's policies. First of all, it is an honor to stand before you today as I reflect on the enormity of the role that President Trump has tasked me with. I am constantly reminded of the privilege it is to serve under the leadership of my boss, President Donald J. Trump. His presidency has provided a clear, bold vision for the Middle East, and it is this vision that guides every step I take in the mission. President Trump's leadership has redefined what is possible in the pursuit of progress and stability in the Middle East. His decisive, pragmatic approach ensures that even the most entrenched conflicts are met with fresh perspectives and innovative strategies. His policies have already delivered remarkable successes, such as yesterday's release of hostages in Gaza. Thank you. This achievement demonstrates the strength of President Trump's leadership and the respect he commands on the global stage. It is yet another example of his ability to deliver results in the most complex and challenging situations. The Abraham Accords, a testament to his vision and determination, have also brought historic progress to the region, transforming old rivalries into new alliances. These agreements are not merely symbolic. They represent a practical roadmap for peace, economic cooperation, and mutual respect across nations. My role, as President Trump has tasked me, is straightforward yet profoundly challenging: to turn his vision into actionable outcomes. He sets the agenda, he lays the framework, and he inspires people like me into bold action. My responsibility is to implement his vision, engaging with leaders across the region to find pathways towards sustainable peace and stability. And let me tell you, having Donald Trump as a boss makes this task not only possible, but far more effective. President Trump's reputation as a leader who delivers results resonates far beyond Washington. Leaders in the Middle East know he means what he says. His ability to cut through bureaucratic gridlock and focus on tangible results is the game changer. It allows me to approach delicate negotiations with the confidence that the full weight of the United States is behind me. The principles President Trump has laid out for our approach to the Middle East and foreign policy in general are fourfold, and they are clear. 1, respect for sovereignty. Every nation deserves the right to determine its own destiny, free from the interference of external powers. 2, economic prosperity as a bridge to stability. Through economic partnerships and investment, we can build a foundation for cooperation that transcends historical grievances. 3, courageous diplomacy. Real progress requires difficult conversations and bold decisions, and it is through these that trust is built and maintained. And finally, 4, reciprocity and accountability. The United States requires reciprocal actions from our partners. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling. We are done carrying the financial burden for nations that are unwilling to fund their own progress. The days of blank checks are over. Partnerships under President Trump's leadership must be equitable, and contributions must reflect shared commitments to our goals. In my work, I've seen firsthand how these principles resonate. They provide a foundation that transcends politics and speaks to the shared humanity of all people in a region. Leaders across the Middle East recognized that this Trump administration is serious about results, not symbolic gestures, but real, meaningful progress that improves lives. Thank you. It's not always easy. There are moments of deep challenge and frustration. Decades of mistrust cannot be undone overnight. Yet I take comfort in knowing that I am not in this alone. President Trump's clarity of vision ensures that I never have to question what success looks like. His leadership provides the confidence and direction necessary to navigate these complexities. As we move forward, my commitment is to continue the work of advancing President Trump's vision for the Middle East. Whether through expanding the Abraham Peace Accords, fostering economic development, or facilitating dialogue between long-standing adversaries, my focus remains on actionable results. Let me close by saying this: a stable and prosperous Middle East is not an unattainable dream. It is a goal within our reach, made possible by strong leadership and unwavering commitment. Under President Trump's guidance, we are proving that the impossible can become reality. Thank you, but I have one more thing to say. We have some special people for me to introduce you to tonight. President Trump has been talking to them as well. They are the families of hostages from Israel who have been in Gaza for the last year and a half. There are many of them here today. Several of the families have lost children and loved ones, and they're here because they're part of an effort to retrieve their bodies so they can be buried in a proper way. Several have children who are still in captivity. There is an American family here whose loved one is scheduled to come out in 14 days, and they're going to be meeting the president tonight. So let's give them all some love and a big hand. Come on up.
I want to bring in our chief foreign correspondent, Ian Pannell, watching from Israel at this hour. And many of these families have said, Ian, in these last couple of days, that they really do not believe this ceasefire deal would have happened without Donald Trump.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, if you look at one of the statements that was issued by one of the young women who was released only yesterday, she thanked Donald Trump specifically, didn't actually mention President Biden. Obviously, President Biden's team have been involved in these negotiations all throughout, and he put a deal on the table back in May 2024. But if you talk to anyone here and say, what was the difference between the deal on May 24 and what just happened here, they say nothing on paper. The only difference was Donald Trump. I want to really highlight something that Stephen Witkoff said there, he seemed to suggest that one of the American hostages, possibly two, who we believe to be part of this first phase, will be released in 14 days. Now, we'll have to go back and double check that, but that would be good news, clearly, for the families. We know Keith Siegel is one of those hostages. He was taken from kibbutz Kfar Aza. We believe that his wife, Aviva, who was also one of the hostages, she was released much earlier, is still in Washington. So I haven't been able to check whether she was one of those on the stage, but an important moment.
United States, Donald J. Trump.
Ian Panel, our thanks to you. Ian, who's covered this conflict from the very beginning. After greeting the families, they have just announced the 47th President of the United States, and of course this arena is filled with supporters who gathered early this morning.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Thank you. So now the work begins. We won, but now the work begins. We have to bring them home. And tonight I'm going to be signing on the J6 hostages, pardons, to get them out. And as soon as I leave, I'm going to the Oval Office and we'll be signing pardons for a lot of people, And thank you to Steve Witkoff. He's a great guy. He's a friend of mine. He's been a very successful man. He's a great negotiator. He's a wonderful guy. People love him. And he's got a tremendous power of persuasion. And that's what we need. We don't need stiffs. We got a lot of stiffs. You just had a whole load of them. And to the former hostages with us today, welcome. Welcome home. Some of the folks that are former hostages, not a good situation. The three young ladies that came home yesterday, you saw that. They're more coming home every day now. They're coming home. But they were hurt. One had her head blown off, fingers on her hand, and her hand indeed was blown off. She was trying to defend herself from a bullet being fired. You believe this? A bullet knocked off her hand. I don't know. You look at it, it's a disgrace. We never stopped praying for you, and we're so glad that you reunited with your friends and families, and God bless you all. And some of them are just saying, no, my son is gone, but please just bring home his body. Right, Steve? Any of you have told me that your son is gone, but bring home his body. It should have never happened. 3 years, it's ridiculous. Should have never happened. Wouldn't have happened. I also want to express my tremendous gratitude to the hundreds of thousands of proud American patriots who came from all across the country to join us in this celebration. It's a celebration of a big win. And you're witnessing the dawn of the golden age of America. That's what it's going to be. We're bringing it back. We're going to bring it back fast. We're going to bring it back fast. Let us also thank the incredible service members, National Guardsmen, Police, Secret Service, and law enforcement personnel who are keeping us all safe, even though they are great people. New York's finest. I grew up with New York's finest, and we got to give them their authority back. We won't have any crime. There'll be no crime. You give them little authority back. The whole way they run things in this country now, it's disgraceful. But it's going to change rapidly. We're going to make our cities safe again, too. Even though we're indoors, we've had a magnificent inaugural parade. And let's give a big round of applause. They were great. To all of the incredible performers and hardworking men and women who made it possible. Those people, really talented, amazing people. I also want to thank my wonderful family for being here, especially my beautiful wife, our First Lady, Melania.
love our First Lady. And also, JD. How good has JD been? And his beautiful wife, Usha. How good is JD? JD has been great. He's another good negotiator, Steve. He's a great negotiator, too. We need negotiators in this country. But so many of the people on this stage, we had not only family members, as an example, Laura Trump, the wife of Eric. She was the head of the Republican Party, along with my friend Michael. Stand up, the two of you. What a job. What a job they did.
So jusqu'à présent, il prend la saluer tous les amis et tout le monde qui travaille pour lui et avant de faire discours, il était dit pour le rentrer J6 avant d'entrer en application.
We won the popular vote by millions and millions of votes. We won the whole ball of wax. And now we're going to go and drill, baby, drill, and do all the things that we've wanted to do and bring your costs down, your prices down, and make our country safe. So thank you very much, Michael. Thank you very much. What a job you've done, Michael. I'm never moving you, you know. He was thinking about getting a nice job in the administration. I said, no, I'm leaving you right where you are. You've done a very good job. We're not moving you, Michael. I'm sorry. Anyway, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate it very much. Right here with us also in the arena, I'm about to sign some very important executive orders.
Mais ça n'a pas de monde. Il tout prend bureau, il vient avec en dans arena, regardez. À tout document. Si je compter là. On sait que Bellan, il prend petit ligne qui 21 ans, c'est lui-même qui dirige puis faut bailler. Avec premier petit ligne qui donne et qui joue puis faut négociation, qui joue tout bagaille.
He's a little on the rough side sometimes, but that's what you want. He's done a fantastic job, and he loves our country. Thanks, son. Great job. You've done a great job. And Ivanka.
Ivanka lui-même, il parle même politique lui-même. Il doit quitter la côté, mais il travaille du tout.
The Abraham Accords, which are it's the biggest deal made in the Middle East in many, many years, and it's really something.
Yeah, she's a good negotiator.
The Abraham Accords. And Tiffany's going to have a little baby. And Michael. And then I have a very tall son named Barron. Has anyone ever heard of it?
Mais qui travaille dit à papa. Il qui va tout TikTok là, il va tout ça qu'on est en rapport avec jeunesse technologique. Et puis c'est ça que tout l'autre petit monde. Il ça clan chomp là, et chomp gen clan pal, ça est clan pal. Ti a fait pal. Et ça belle c'est dans même famille. Chita le reposer tout domaine, tout ba net.
And he was saying, Dad, you got to go out and do this one or that one. And we did a lot of them. And he respects them all. He understood them very well. And he said, Dad, you got to go out, do Joe Rogan, do all these guys. And we did. We did. And Joe Rogan was great. They were all great, right? They were all good. He understood the market. Another famous one. How about Kai? Stand up, Kai. Is that Byron Donalds back there? Stand up, Byron. Stand up. What a future this one has. What a future. That's great, Byron. Thank you very much. And
I don't understand the color of everybody.
Secretary of Commerce.
Each child like look different.
Than any country anybody's ever even thought about. He's going to take in some money. And we have many others. Look, I'm not going to go through it, but we're going to sign some orders right now, and that's really what I want to do. So we're going to sign executive orders. First, I'll revoke nearly 80 destructive and radical executive actions of the previous administration, one of the worst administrations in history, maybe not one of them, the worst. Anybody that would allow millions of people to pour through our borders from jails, prisons, mental institutions, insane asylums, gang members to be taken off the streets of Venezuela and
Ay,
deported.
Timon, écoute ça. Premier ça va le signer pour immigration.
Venezuela is down 74% because they took their criminals and gave them to us through an open border policy of the previous administration. All over the world, they're emptying their prisons into our country. They're emptying their mental institutions into our country. It stops as of 1 o'clock this afternoon, okay? So I'm revoking nearly 80 destructive, radical executive actions of the previous administration. They'll all be null and void within about, 5 minutes? Is that them over there? 5 minutes? And next, to gain immediate control of the vast federal, out-of-control bureaucracy, I will implement an immediate regulation freeze, which will stop Biden bureaucrats from continuing to regulate. Most of those bureaucrats are being fired. They're gone. Should be all of them, but some sneak through, but we have to live with a couple, I guess. I'll also issue a temporary hiring freeze to ensure that we're only hiring competent people who are faithful to the American public. And we will pause the hiring of any new IRS agents. We will also require that federal workers must return to the office in person. And we're going to take the 88,000 people that they hired to go after you with guns. By the way, they're allowed to use guns and harass you like they were so many other people. Remember this. Okay, remember? Do you remember a little statement about tips? Does anybody remember that little statement? I think we won Nevada because of that statement. But they went out and harassed you over the tips. In other words, we are restoring control of our government to the people. We're going to take those 88,000. Let's see if they'd like to work on the border, because that's what we want them really. So we're going to have no tax on tips, right? No tax on tips. We may have, like the Speaker of the House, is he here? He's done such a good job. Is Mike here? He's around here someplace. I saw him just a little while ago. Hello, fellas. Look at you guys. Yeah, I know it. He's great. He's doing great. They're all doing good. The Republican Party has never been unified like it is right now. They want to save our country. And we're going to more than save it. We're going to make it greater than it's ever been before by a lot. Next, I'm going to sign a presidential memorandum directing every member of my cabinet to marshal every power at their disposal to defeat inflation and rapidly bring down the cost of daily life, because your costs have gone through the roof in the last 4 years. Perhaps you didn't notice. Does anyone notice their costs are like double, triple, quadruple? You can't buy bacon.
And cheese.
Apples have doubled in price. You want an apple, anybody? Pay twice what you did 2 years ago. We'll put more money in your pocket, and we'll bring back the American dream and to reduce energy costs and liberate our economy. So we have more oil and gas than any country in the world, and we're going to use it. We're not going to do the wind thing. Big ugly windmills, they ruin your neighborhood, they ruin you. If you have a house that's near a windmill, guess what? Your house is worth less than half. And did you see up in New England with the whales? You see what's happening? So they had 2 whales killed in about 14 years. Last year and the year before, total, they had 28. So if you're into whales, you don't want windmills either. And they're the most expensive form of energy that you can have by far. And they're all made in China, by the way, practically all of them. And they kill your birds and they ruin your beautiful landscapes. But other than that, I think they're quite good, right? Now, remember when we used to joke and kid when we were kidding, but we don't kid anymore? They want to watch the debates on television. They want to watch your favorite president on television. But the wind isn't blowing, so we can't watch television that night, Gladys. Remember? Gladys, I'm sorry, the wind is just not blowing. We're not watching Trump tonight. But I'm immediately withdrawing from the unfair, one-sided Paris Climate Accord ripoff.
Seriously?
The United States will not sabotage our own industries while China pollutes with impunity. You know, China, look, they use a lot of dirty energy, but they produce a lot of energy. And when that stuff goes up in the air, it doesn't stay there. It's not like you got a wall. We love walls, don't we? Not like you have a wall around and it floats into the United States of America after 3.5 to 5.5 days.
Tapote.
And it comes right over your neighborhood.
Tap the screen and share the live.
So they all say, we have to fight for cleaner air, but the dirty air is dropping all over us. So what the hell are they talking about? Unless everybody does it, it just doesn't work. We had the cleanest air and the cleanest water that this country's ever had under the Trump administration. And we didn't do anything to stop jobs and stop production, believe me. You're going to see a lot of companies come pouring back because tariffs. I always say tariffs is the most beautiful word to me in the dictionary. Then I was reprimanded by the fake news. They said, what about love, religion, and God? I said, I agree. Let's put God number one. Let's put religion number two. Love, I don't know. We got to put that number three, I guess, right? And then it's tariff. Because tariffs are going to make us rich as hell. It's going to bring our country's businesses back that left us. And I'll also sign an executive order to immediately end federal government censorship of the American people. In America, we believe in free speech. And we're bringing it back starting today to stop the weaponization. Oh, do I know about that? These creeps. Deranged Jack Smith. You ever hear of him? Deranged. He's a deranged prosecutor. He's sick. They suck him on me. He's now been reduced to getting on an airplane, going back to The Hague or wherever the hell he came from. We got to get rid of that guy. Hey, was he one of the many people that got a pardon today? Did they pardon Jack Smith? Did you know that Biden, while I was making my speech, pardoned his whole family?
Mm-hmm.
The brother, the whole deal was pardoned. Can you imagine that? While I was making my speech. Did everybody hear my speech? Did you like my speech?
He's saying all the burden.
Thank you. I mean, the only thing wrong with it is I had a lot of tough things to say, and I have some great people that work for me. Sir, this is such a great speech. It's so unifying. Don't talk about Biden with his pardons of his family. We want a unified country. They said, don't talk about the J6 hostages that you're going to be releasing today. Sir, don't put that in your speech, please. I said, but I want to put it in my speech. They said, sir, it won't be unified like it is. It's so beautiful the way it is. And it is getting great reviews. If I put things like that in, I'll get terrible reviews. One little paragraph that's a little bit wrong, the fake news goes crazy, right? So I said, all right, I won't put it in my speech, but you know what? I'm speaking in front of a hell of a lot of people at a place called Capital One Arena, and I'll talk about it there. So we're going to be going over the beautiful Oval Office, one of the great offices in history. Even if it wasn't beautiful, it's the Oval Office, but it is beautiful. And we love the Oval Office. It all starts with the wars start and end there. Everything starts and ends at the Oval Office. We love it. But we're going to go to the Oval Office. We're going to release our great hostages that didn't do, for the most part, they didn't do stuff wrong. You take a look at what went on, and look what happens in other parts of the country. In Portland, where they kill people, they destroy the city, nothing happens to them. In Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, nothing happened. Minneapolis, where they burned down the city, nothing happened. Essentially, nothing happened. All they want to do is go after the J6 hostages. A 76-year-old grandmother was arrested the other day because she was looking at the Capitol or something like that. No, we're not going to put up with that crap anymore.
Make America great again.
Weaponization of law enforcement. I've been investigated more than any human being in the world. I believe I have the all-time record. Every day a subpoena. Every single day we get subpoenas. I was more than any person. Alphonse Capone, remember I used to talk about him? Alphonse Capone, Scarface, he was a pretty rough guy. He was investigated about 1/100th what Trump was invented. My father's looking down at me, my mother, how the hell did this happen? You know what it is? They investigated their political opponent, the opponent of Biden, and then ultimately Kamala. Has anyone ever heard of Kamala? We had to beat two opponents. We had to beat Biden, then we beat him. Now he goes to the top. The guy was like 39 points down. I think I could have beaten Trump. They should have left me and I would have beaten. No, his debate performance wasn't the best, right? That's what killed him. And then they had to change, and that's like you get into a fight. The great Dana White spoke last night. We love Dana White, right? UFC. That's like he puts in two fighters. One of them's getting creamed, getting really beaten, and they say, all right, take him out. Let's put somebody else in to finish up the fight. That's what they did to us. They gave us somebody new, but we took care of both of them. So we beat actually two opponents. But to stop the weaponization of law enforcement and our government, I will also sign an order directing every federal agency to preserve all records pertaining to political persecutions under the last administration, of which there were many, and beginning the process of exposing any and all abuses of power, even though he's pardoned many of these people. Can you believe it? He's pardoned them. You know why he did it while I was speaking? Because that way I couldn't speak about it. I was speaking. I didn't know he did it. I finished my speech, and they said, sir, he pardoned his whole family. I said, oh, can I go back out there and talk about it? Somehow that wouldn't be very elegant. Our First Lady would say, please don't do that. But we have plenty of time to talk about it, and we will. We're doing all of this on our very first day in office. Don't forget, we've been in this position, really, when we won the primaries in record time. We were the fastest win of a primary ever in political history, which is a very nice thing. It's nice to know. Well, the second election was rigged, so we knew we were doing well. And if it wasn't, you know what? If it wasn't, I would have never run. But this third one was just a monster. Boy, was that a big one, huh? That was a big one. On the second one, we got like 10 or 12 million votes more than the first one. How about that? We did great in the first one. We did much better on the second one. But man, did we do well on the third one. So we're gonna have some fun. It's very simple. We're gonna make our country great. We're gonna make our country great again. We're gonna make America great again. How good a name is MAGA, though, right? I was going to say keep America great, but unfortunately it wasn't great. Can't say keep it great. It will be great again, but CAG, keep America great, CAG. I don't think it's ever going to replace MAGA. Does anybody like CAG? I don't think so. It's never replacing MAGA. Nothing will ever replace MAGA. MAGA was the most successful political operation, political movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of the world. Let's see what happens, because we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. We got a long way to go. But we're doing this on the very first day in office, and in just a few moments, I'm not only signing the release of the J6 hostage.
Est-ce qu'elle tande? Est-ce qu'elle tande?
Other things that you're gonna love. Oh, you're gonna be happy reading newspapers tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day. So I just want to thank. I mean, look at this place. It's full to the rafters. You don't have any. Look at those people up there. You don't have any empty seats. And by the way, the Capital One owners, they are so good. We got to root for their teams because they have been so great to MAGA, to us. And I just want to thank Ted and everybody. You guys have been fantastic. And the ice hockey team's doing great. Ovechkin's pretty good, right? They're doing great. So I want to thank them, Capital One arena owners. They have been absolutely fantastic. And thank you once again to everyone. And I can only tell you, you're going to be very happy. You're going to watch a lot of good things happen. We got to stop some wars that are happening and going on. Some stupid things are happening. The war with Ukraine would have never happened, and it has. As you know, Israel would have never been hit on October 7th, and none of you would be up here. None of you would even know anything about this tragedy that you are going through right now. But Iran was broke. Anybody that bought oil from Iran, they couldn't do any business with us. You're not going to do business with America. China passed. Everybody passed. They were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have money for Hezbollah. And your sons would be alive, and they certainly wouldn't be incarcerated like they are. It's such a shame, but we're getting a lot of people out in a short period of time. So I'm going to go right over to here, and I'm going to sign in front of you. Is that okay? Good.
Dr. Trump qui t'a parlé, qui t'a expliqué toute la situation.
After giving his inaugural address earlier today,
Jean, nous nous prenons avantage sur quelques situations. Et s'il était là, il n'y a pas de réaction. Et là, il salue les gens qui passent dans Israël, et surtout les gens qui sont otages dans Israël, puis à demander une clavation et libération automatique. Et ensuite, il va tout passer pour tout pour le bureau. Et dans l'Oval Office, et dans la Maison Blanche, côté l'Arena, tout font un desk, tandis qu'ils vont signer document.
That made this happen. Donald Trump saying he will head over to that table with a number of executive actions already laid out on the table in the presidential seal. Mary, Bruce, do we have an understanding of
comment c'est signé là, il va finir avec un Oval Office.
But we do know that this is going to be a tremendous effort for him to show straight out the gate just how aggressive he is being, as he has been touting all day. We know that he is signing a wide range of executive orders, ranging from rescinding any DEI or gender-related directives from the Biden administration to designating cartels as foreign terrorist organizations.
Signing is the rescission of 78 Biden-era executive actions, executive orders, presidential memoranda, and others.
78 executive order Biden déployé, il signe pour le révoquer.
President Trump now trying to undo as much as he can.
The second item, President Trump is a regulatory freeze, as you announced in your speech, preventing bureaucrats from issuing any more regulations until we have full control of this, the government with this administration.
So, la BC est révoquée, undo tout ça Biden déploie contre bureaucratie. Le deuxième document ici.
The next item, sir, is a freeze on all federal hiring, excepting the military and a number of other excluded categories, again, until full control of the government is achieved and we understand the objectives of government going forward.
C'est la question militaire, de te freeze, de barrer.
Could you imagine Biden doing this? I don't think so. I don't think so.
Sir, the next item, as you announced in your speech, is a requirement that federal workers return to full-time in-person work immediately.
Quatrième salle c'est pour tout le monde qui travaille en person, si tout le monde qui travaille pour le fédéral.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have a directive to every department and agency in the federal government to address the cost of living crisis that has cost Americans so dearly.
So, c'est cinquième salle là, c'est ça qui vient rapport ensemble avec inflation pour déclarer toute quantité cob qui niveau prix la vie moun sa yo pour connaître pour descendre.
Thank you, sir. The next item here is the withdrawal from the Paris Climate Treaty.
So, la retiré quoi notre traité de Paris.
Yes, sir.
Il y a retiré tête dans le traité de Paris que il était signé.
We're going to save over $1 trillion by withdrawing from that treaty.
Trillion.
And the next item, sir, is a letter that will be transmitted to the United Nations explaining that we are withdrawing from the Paris Climate Treaty.
C'est lettre qui va jouer aux Nations Unies pour dire que retirer tête dans le traité climat de Paris. La lettre qui va jouer aux United Nations.
Thank you, sir. This next item is a directive to the federal government ordering the restoration of freedom of speech and preventing government censorship of free speech going forward.
So ça c'est lui-même qui va joindre agence qui va dire que pour retourner avec freedom of speech pour observer lui et quitter tout le monde bien accès pour parler les anglais.
And lastly, sir, before we go back to the Oval Office to sign a large number of other items, is a directive to the federal government ending the weaponization of government against the political adversaries of the previous administration, as we've seen.
Et ça qui vient là c'est pour question zamio. Donc on accès pour protéger tout le monde par rapport avec gens zamio distribués dans le pays.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it.
So, Donald Trump a signé plus que dans Arena plus que 6 documents et il va aller dans la Maison Blanche pour signer ratio et surtout ça qui a rapport à immigration, libération, G6 plusieurs autres documents parce qu'il dit qu'il y a plus qu'une centaine de documents pour signer dans le premier jour et qui a entré en application de deuxième voie. Son cas côté que lui avec première dame n'a salué Mounio qui fait cadeau des plumes dans foule là. Ça qui est important de parler en pile de Make America Great Again, parler en pile de changes, de changement que doit faire, surtout sécuriser Mounio, c'est ça le parler plus.
We are told, given our reporting earlier in the day, will affect those who were prosecuted for January 6th, and that this will be.
Déjà, nous, agents de sécurité, nous qui sont prêts pour escorter, pour aller directement dans la Maison Blanche.
Pass these sweeping pardons for the January 6th. He calls them hostages. They are convicted criminals for their actions on January 6th. Just how sweeping they will be, we will have to see. But the president clearly trying to send a message that he's being incredibly aggressive straight out the gate, trying to show the American people and his supporters that he's delivering.
John Carl, in many ways, even though this was changed given the weather situation outside, fairly cold here in Washington, D.C., so you didn't have the inaugural parade, but what you got instead was something much more sort of uniquely Trump, very much part of the DNA of the campaign rallies that led to his success and his election victory a second time.
It was pure Trump. It was him surrounded by his most fervent supporters. He got into that arena by waiting online. Some of them had been waiting online since 2 o'clock in the morning in the freezing cold, so cold that the inauguration had to be brought inside. They were out all night. And then you have this flurry of executive actions and orders that he signed, still trying to get a handle on exactly what it all adds up to. But he's trying to at least create the impression that he has a very busy and consequential first day in office.
Now, 6:55 Eastern Time. Many of you have been with us all day long here, and we really do appreciate it. ABC News Live coverage, really since 9 o'clock this morning, and even earlier than that on Good Morning America. I should let you know, for those of you in the East, we're going to go back to your local stations at 7 o'clock straight up. For many of you, that does mean, though, that World News Tonight will come your way shortly. And I should mention...
C'est un plaisir, Timon. C'est un plaisir pour te entrer la CAO, faire journée ça avant, pour te montrer comment ça est et comment tout bagage a vu.
And really what the path forward looks like.
So, demain, si tu veux, puis t'as même supposé jouer une information sur le reste du document qui s'y est. Et demain, si tu veux, order commence à exécuter. Seulement, nous voulons nous rester attentifs, rester véatifs, et puis en pile précaution. Ok? So, il n'est pas facile, Son année qui très turbulent, surtout mon secteur qui différents sections. Ok, ils ont attaqué directement parce que mon ça dit le président dit le correctement de sexe mâle et femelle. So mon ça qui t'a dit il a changé sexe, il a dit ça date. So il y a un problème. Mon dossier immigration encore son deuxième partie il y a un problème. Mon taxe yo un problème en plus monde qui était pour job là caillou était dans fédéral job moi depuis retourner venir travail. OK, so il y a pas quel bonne bagaille qui a rentré qui a changé so ba y a pas même gens. So j'en ai regardé là c'est n'a pas analyse de situation de arena n'a pas seulement c'est plus supporter job qui là pas de monde dans la rue pas de this pas de that c'est même genre avec les chop top fait et campagne liant c'est presque même Magal le fait là encore jour inauguration pour l'investiture là. So c'est un plaisir, il y a toujours